Thank you for the day, God. Thank you for the serenity to accept the things I couldn't change, the courage to change the things that I could, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you. Amen. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, all you mother cluckers. Let's make today a good day.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red flags, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land under the fray, and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. This land of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, in the home of the
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Cluckin Alamo.
I don't play nice just to fit in the crowd. Don't wear a smile just to make them proud.
Oh, I'll tell you.
I ain't here to kiss no ass or play
Hold on.
pretend. I don't fake love. I don't need fake friends. I got boots that'll walk.
So let's see what we got. Cherokee, Billy, Blackbird, Dusty, Big Dusty, Little Dusty, Rabbit, William, Huckleberry. I'm scrolling. Carolina, Mr. and Mrs. Kiss off. What's up, woman? You and Mr. Chuck, how are y'all? Roni, Mr. William. I'm trying to scroll. I think I got, well, there goes the end of the chat. So that's as far as I can scroll up. So I think I got y'all. What's up? Can y'all hear me all right? 5 by 5, all that good stuff. Son, I'm telling you now, it's a little warm. Been sweating and getting it. But just about got the chicken area squared away. All good in the hood. Cool, cool, cool. Chat's a little lagging. All good in the hood. Doing good, doing good. Oh, yeah, son. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Nice little gust of breeze there. It's kind of Mother Nature's air conditioning on a sweaty t-shirt. Steph sitting outside for no reason. Oh, no, there's a reason. Matter of fact, I had to catch myself and kind of went, wait, I think the live that I did a while ago when I went in, because I went in and got me some water. And I thought, well, I guess I could set a little live for later. It's Wednesday. You know, it's kind of hump day. Yeah. Myself lose. I've been inside drywalling. Oh, there you go. Been on Kim. He was finally able to sleep almost through the night, and we ain't able to keep his blood pressure down. So praise the Lord. Amen. Amen. Hey, you know the weirdest thing, ma'am? So yesterday, the missus's dad was in this rehab, and he was having these issues. I don't know. But anyway, they were talking. The missus messaged me, and they're like, "Oh, they say he's got kidney stage 3," and I go, "Okay, what is that?" And she goes, "Well, I'm not sure." That's all her mother told her. And so I looked it up, and oh yeah, there's chronic kidney disease. Well, then I got to looking at stage 3A and B, and looking at symptoms, and it's the blood pressure, it's the restless sleep, the swelling in legs. So I just out of curiosity, just if he hasn't had his, I think that when I was reading that, he can be tested through the blood and the urine. If Tiger was here, she'd probably know. What's up, Miss Teresa? Listening while I dye my daughter's hair. Oh, Lord. It's not going to be rainbow colors, is it? Please say it ain't so. Please say it ain't so. I'm just picking. Shoot, I don't want your daughter pissed off at me. Teresa will come at me. Some of us have been outside working, right? Some of us had shit to do, man. Even drywallers don't like drywalling. Well, see, I gotta say, I never, ever, ever minded drywalling. It was the mud and taping, floating tape. I hated floating tape. That was sheetrock up. Shoot, man, that's like cutting your own jigsaw puzzles and shit. You just kind of go, yep, there it is. It was that taping and floating shit. Kind of like, I'll tell you, I built houses, but I was on the framing side of things and the internal stuff, not on finishing end. I'm not a finisher. I'm on the guts foundation side of things. She wants it brown. She's naturally blonde. Oh, Lord. So that means she's going to end up with one of those, what do they call that? The dirty blonde look as it starts to grow back out. Isn't that what they call the dirty blonde? As you start getting the blonde roots back with the brown. I don't know. It's been so many decades since I've even talked about hair. Any of that shit. Hell, the missus don't even, she just, it's the same thing for the past 2 decades, I think. I need to start the generator for my dog. Well, that's kind of expected, though, Blackbird, because if the dog started the generator for himself, now that's impressive shit right there. You got to video that. That would be like, man, monetize that shit, you'd be able to live off the take of that. People would be impressed. I did have a dog that could climb a ladder. Bring me my tool belt up on the roof. The panel lift makes it much easier. I'll tell you that. Oh yeah. What's up, Wild Dragon? Bong on, sir. Bong on. Me and drywall are not friends. Here's what I got on my shit. There's no such thing as getting my outside chores done. It just you do till you can't, and then go take a break. Uh-oh, what was that? I'm putting up the drywall as another insulation sound. Definitely better going to do naughty pine panels for the finish of the ceiling. Oh yeah, those always look sweet. You're just going to do a polyurethane finish on them and seal them off natural. That just looks so badass. What's up, Cover by CQ? How are things over on that side of the pond, sir and ma'am? Hope y'all are doing good over there. Someone suggested I dye my hair because of my gray. Nope, I worked hard for this. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Shit. Hell, I'm definitely going to keep my gray. Hell, the rest of it's already ran off and left me. Maximus will climb a ladder for a squirrel. It's getting him down that's hard. Right? Tactical muffin top. Lurking and working. That's it. Well, I'm catching me some breeze time on this thing, getting some of that Mother Nature AC. But I just about got it. Got it moved up. I finally said I pulled it back, but I didn't want to do it back, so I went ahead and moved it forward, cleared the pole. Then I got that side attached, got it raked up, and then just finishing it off, getting it there. Got the shade thing raised up. Tomatoes are looking good. Tomatoes are rocking. Have you ever thought of having a tattoo on your head? No. Well, yes. Okay, yes. So I would be lying technically if I said no. But yes, I did. Because I was a child at one time. And there was a moment I was a juvenile and I was tagging along with, that outlaw rugged stuff, and that was all cool. And I was on the verge. Luckily, I didn't. And by the time I got locked up the first time, I met a dude inside there that was kind of one of the, I guess they call him the shot caller per se for the Aryan Brotherhood in there. And homeboy had him a big old eyeball tattooed on the back of his head. And I thought, yeah, that just somehow has a different perspective depending on what you get and where you end up. Which he got that because he was in there, and of course in there you had to always have an eye in the back of your head, especially if you're going to be part of that little montage of inner turmoil. It was a different line back in the 80s. You could let's see what I missed. That is the funniest screen name I've ever heard. Oh, Tactical Muffin Top. A little lawnmower guy on the hairline. All right, man, it's about time, man. I'm looking pretty dang scruffy nowadays, I must say. Camo Carl Wolverines in the house. Woo, man. Camo Carl, I saw your boy toy. What? Oh, man, see. Leave it to you, Kiss Off. I probably ought to just stop reading your stuff. I'll just have to skip over it. Kind of have to do it, analyze it first before I want to read that. Look at you. You and your goober shit. When I was in the Royal Air Force, someone got their oil paint out and painted the Union Jack on my head. as I'm on like you. I used to shave my head. Yeah, I use this little clipper thing. I mean, it's pretty thin. I mean, I don't want to let it grow out, dude. That would just look all that. I don't know. I do not think that that would be good for me. Giant barn collapsed here 20 minutes ago. Oh, damn it, Carl. Was it like an old wooden barn? Like where possible wood rot kind of eventually gave in? Is that what it looked like? I know I just saw there was a train wreck yesterday up in kind of northwest Texas. Not really, more north than west, but that's how they invented the Greyhound track with a hair growing. Yep. Pyong! Now I think, don't they use some kind of just fake robot thing that just takes off? I'm sort of jealous I didn't think of that one. Carolina says tactical up and top. I'm sort of jealous I didn't think of that one. I was right next to it. Oh, wow, damn. Oh, you posted a video? Alrighty, sir. I will be sure and check that out. I saw where, I don't know, I guess the Democrats for Texas might be coming back. Man, I kind of wish they'd just go on and keep bucking the system and let him call the next special session and let's see what happens to their ass. But it is what it is. I did look into some shit on show Shifty Shift because, people were talking, oh, isn't that treason? Well, it's not. It wasn't treason, but he is, by the definition of espionage, he's guilty of espionage. Not treason, but espionage for sure. Webs is not supposed to drive the truck into them barns, Kimma. Greta. What's up, Greta? Right. Well, actually, and I looked up the punishment for espionage, and it can either be life in prison or the death penalty. So it's either or. I do think that, I don't know, done paid for all these other little perverts and shit locked up for 20, 30 years and stuff. Hey, man, you know what? I'm game. Lock him up for at least 10 years and, drag out the death penalty for about 10 years. That way he can go through that whole cycle and he has to live in gin pop. No hiding, buddy. No PC for you. You're going to have to come on out that 8x10 home dog. Let him live for that for at least 5 years. Just because, although that's probably pretty mean of me, and I'll probably have to rethink that later and kind of apologize to the father. But I don't know, man. I am all about, hey, man, a milestone around the neck, and we do have an Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of America. So there's always that, and I'm totally cool with just, what, 2 or more? Guilty. There we go. We're done. Here you go. I'll donate the milestone. Oh, yeah, what? Kiss ups. Oh no, Carl. Or who was that guy? Cyclist or something? Oh, yeah. Well, who was that dude? I don't know. That was that weird dude. Remember in chat? What's up, Michelle? All good here. We are having hailstorms. Holy shamoly. Dude, I saw an article about oh man, what was the name of that place up in New York? Oh man, I wanted to ask about that. Now I can't remember what the name of that little town was. Apparently, there's some high end neighborhood and shit. I think the houses are like 1.5 million typically and shit, and I think the average income or something there is like 400,000 or 500,000 a year. I forgot where that town was. Apparently, they just got the shaft from their own town council with the surveillance camera set up, and they passed a thing for their town to install that flock surveillance system shit in there, and then people found out and it freaked them all out. But apparently, the funding for it didn't go through that they were going to get, I guess, from the feds. Which that would be cool if that was true. That means they stepped in and stopped that. It's like, no, we ain't giving you money to surveil your own people. Epoxy first. Oh, Craig the Hunter. What am I? What do we do here? I have a question for everyone. If you have a piece of plywood you are turning into a desktop, should I put a primer coat on before I add epoxy resin or just leave it? I would just say you leave it and put the resin. You know, there you go. Carl says epoxy first on raw wood. Yeah. Got to get back to work and saying, so roof is falling. That salad is done. Okay, I don't know, Blackbird. See, I missed something in the communications with you, ma'am, because there was something about it turning the generator on for the dog. And I was kind of impressed that apparently maybe in the past the dog's turned it on for himself, but beyond that, and then you just kind of come back with how the salad's done. And it was kind of like, I don't know. This is why sometimes it's not a good thing for my one side of my brain to talk to the other side. It gets confused. Later, Craig. Because see, now it done got lost. Somehow we were talking about a generator with a dog, and then we ended up with the salads done, and I realized that I missed so much. There you go, strictly cycling. Should have been dipshit, but hey. Didn't ask me before he made his name. It's kind of like driving down the road and you just pull in somebody's driveway and they're having like this party and you decide to start ranting out some stupid shit. And it's like, so you don't even want to kind of get a vibe of who you're talking to, or you just don't give a shit. But see, that's the digital benefit, where in real life you're quickly put in check with shit you actually feel for real. Right, Huckleberry? That there's some mirror on. Mirror on. Some mirror on alert. Scooter was fun. Yeah, Scooter's cool, man. That's you people. I've actually think that he's. I saw some of his stuff where he actually has been watching his council meetings and shit and staying on top of what kind of shit they try to do and calling out that and that. I go squirrel law rescue. Well, that's me too, ma'am. Looks like it's humid. Oh, yes, ma'am. But that's just Texas. It's always humid. That's why our winters, 40 degrees down here feels really rough for people because it's the humid cold to the bone. You go up north and you're standing in 20 degrees and it's like, well, this ain't so bad. Hell, I guess I could put on a long sleeve shirt. It's like, yeah, that humidity. Ooh, summer. But it's, being a productive day. I don't mind sweating out all that garbage. There's going to be good stuff on the horizon. I'm just, I will tell you, there's an impasse in my real life that's hard for me to translate over to here, and I confess up to that. It's not that I hide anything or oh, see, I knew you're full of shit. No, I'm an ass, same asshole you probably thought I was before I even opened my mouth today. So, but there's things that go on sometimes with me, and because of the atmosphere of the digital social media world, it just feels weird. And plus, I just don't. It's like, do I even want to feed into it? Because the minute you open your mouth to talk about something, it's gonna they come crawling out the woodwork. It's not so much hurting the online feelings, calling somebody out for stupid shit. I got no problem with that, but it's well, just on the see watch. I'll even keep it really light, but just the latest things that have gone down with the relationship with God and prayer and I guess you could say conversation, kind of directive. It just and but to explain that, it's just like, and then people are like, well, you can't want. I don't. I just don't want to waste the time. I mean, I'm kind of hell. I'm absorbed. It's kind of like going on the most awesome experience you could think of, but in the process, well, you need to come back and describe every little move. It kind of kills it, not really kills it, but it's just you can't. I'm not fixing to choose one or the other, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Squirrel. See, shit happens. I've had a half a dozen things go way wrong in the last 24 hours. Feel like I need to be ready to fight. Oh, damn it, son. You want me to put the link in? You wanna come up and you wanna talk about it, or I don't want to wire you up more though, so I don't want you to like re-engage. But I mean, it's there's just been a lot, man. I gotta say, one day it'll just the people that have really gave a shit along the journey, they'll I think y'all will be just like ecstatic. But haters will hate. So, just the same positive stuff that'll can fuel you on. It'll also give them ammunition to peck away, and then you got to do the whole defensive thing. Not that you have to, but I do find myself doing that. I don't know. I'm good just keeping my eyes open. Well, yeah, definitely do that. But, bro, all you got to do is mention it. I'll drop a link in a heartbeat. What's up, Indy? Afternoon? Well, I guess it's still morning for you. I always told my kids, always look up because when you look down, all you see is the ground. I miss raising my little one. All right, kiss off. Well, and I will say I do have these moments here lately where I hit those things where it's like, yeah, I see if only, and I'll grab one of those if only moments, and I get hung there for a few days. Most of it's like transportation or like a big load of rock for the driveway, something major. And it's like, well, just only if only if, and it's like, you know what, man, to hell with only and go if yourself. It just, hey, who else did I see? Share Bear? There's somebody saying hi, Share Bear. What's up, Share Bear? Afternoon. Ooh.
Couldn't make amends. Tried to pray, but the silence stayed.
Ooh,
so I made peace with my broken ways.
I have no more years. Well, it's not that. That's not what I meant. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, haters are bored and have idle hands. They just need to sweat a little. Let's see it. Sweat it out. Let's see.
So no mistake lost for the end of the line. I'm wearing the crown, king of failure, built from nothing. Pain was my tailor. Every loss,
Hey, smoker people, got him. Get you some tea.
but I rise like I was
Somebody wants me to drop the link. All you got to do is say, I just.
This crown ain't gold, it's rusting regret, but I wear it proud, no shame, no debt. You chase fame, I just survived, and I ain't dead, so I'm alive.
I'm wearing the crown, king of failure, built from nothing. Pain was my tailor. Every loss stitched into my skin. But I
Uh-oh.
rise like
There it
I
goes.
was born to
The
win.
banner pretty much sees it all. That's it. Well, and it's just weird sharing it, because I don't know. There's so much bitterness and stuff out there. So it's like if you even mention, that word, and I get it. And I get the whole, oh, you just need to stand. And if it's just this experience. My faith. I mean, I gladly talk my faith with anybody. I mean, I'm not going to debate it because my faith's not really debatable. Yours might be, but mine's not. I can just tell you my belief in faith and what I get from it, how it affects me, But I don't know. I don't think that was my calling. Cha 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 cha. See, I don't know, man. It cracks me up. I see her name. It just cracks me up. I can't help about it. Cha cha cha. It's like, what is that, Groucho Marx? I think, or who was the? Yeah, I think it was him. That's called cha cha cha. And then there was the Zsa Zsa Gabor, so you'd have the cha cha. And I don't know. This is what happens when. See, hey man, we were screwed up in our youth too. So, man, it's just been so wild. It's been some pretty tough road, though. I gotta say. And I will say just one thing I'll share, and I can say this, and take it with a grain of salt. Do you, boo? But cleaning up my mood and my thinking and my attitude, and kind of leaning and really just kind of laying it all at the Creator's feet. It just kind of, man. It almost, it's like sobriety or something. It's like you start to have that clarity and you start to have that, and that's kind of what it's. And I mean, it's not like this is all perfect, but what's up, Battlefield, Michael? But I do, man, hell, I am so full of flaws. So I have shit. I start to think, stupid shit, just like anybody else. It's just what you do with it, and I think that's what's important. Is like, because in all honesty, man, this is going to be blunt. If like for me and my belief in my faith, I believe in it so much, and I have true faith in it that I also believe in the repercussions for dancing on the line or playing around with the sincerity of it. So while my belief and faith are true 100%, that also goes along with the repercussions if you bullshit about it. And so scrolling. I made sure I didn't want to miss anything. Person, my race car driver, ma'am. Oh yeah, did he see that video? Ma'am, you seen that video Kiss Off made at the dirt track? All the bricks on your chest are removed. That's kind of Carolina. It just there was a because I believed and I had faith and just and it was that. Well, yeah, I believe in God. It wasn't that. Really take that into account. So there's a creator that creates you. And I mean, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. So I look at that and not even begin to associate, but just the analogy.
Yeah. The Reaper, he was still there.
What's this one? Well, they are so trying to get me on True Social.
I packed my bags at dawn. Figured I'd leave that house and her memory behind. All I could do was cry. Some things ride with you.
Kimmel, I saw that video on the bar.
You don't want them to.
I need to go see that when I get off.
Yeah. The Reaper. He was still there.
Who we talking
My
about?
time.
Driving fast, ain't it? Old Mayhem. He's doing good. Got him a house. Coming a long way. I wonder what YouTube will come up with next for oversight.
Thought I was fine, made it maybe half a mile. But
Well, to be honest, Cha-Cha, nowadays with the AI algorithm already developed and implemented in different aspects, all they got to do is type in whatever keyword, topic, whatever that they want, and the algorithm will just go to work for them.
Not even a man anymore. He said, boy, you can run, but you ain't free. You packed your clothes, but not your grief. You left the town, but
Three forms of ID. Oh, that or YouTube. Oh, now here's just one of those extreme things. YouTube access might be based off your credit score. Oh, your credit score is not high enough to access.
We stopped in a bar, 2 counties west. Bartender
You notice what? You just now kiss off. Damn it, girl.
Tried to laugh at the joke, but my heart spoke in answer.
This is when you want to kind of go, I'm sorry, where have you been, woman? Where have you been? But yeah, but Rumble's quality sucks ass, to be honest. See, they don't have the hardware back end. They got the software, because a lot of the shit YouTube has is general. There's so much general stuff, play button, all that good shit, layout stuff, queue, chat. But they don't have the hardware that YouTube has. They had the hardware. I try to watch old Steven Crowder over there on Rumble, but it just, you can literally watch it and go, what the hell, man? Bio tracking leading to a social credit system. That's why I'll be glad next year, Texas will be also taking silver and gold as currency, along with the cash and all that shit. So that'll be kind of, not that I plan on spending any gold or silver, but hey, it's nice that the option is there. And Abby was actually just talking, was that this morning? I think it was this morning. Really working hard on the property tax shit to get that. We already don't have the death tax crappy stuff and all that shit here anyway. But he wants to do the property tax. And he wants to lock in these other counties with these rogue tax assessors raising that area's taxes and shit. He wants to cap that shit out. That's a good thing. I have a good credit score. But if they implement that, I would leave, honestly. Oh, yeah. If it goes to shit like that, then I'll go back to reading a book. We talk about Rumble versus YouTube. Rumble isn't set up for 14 minutes. Yeah, no, they ain't got the hardware. Also isn't user friendly. I know, right? It's kind of just, yeah, I don't know. I was hoping it would get better whenever the what was that Patreon wasn't that, or yeah, locals, yeah, when that locals thing merged and shit. I was hoping it was going to be better, but it didn't. Yeah, and if YouTube asks me for verification, I'm shutting it off. Oh well, I've been verified for years because hell, I beta tested most of this shit. I beta tested Google when it first came out, so they've always known who I was. Rumble app is much better than Rumble on a browser in my experience. Ah, see, Indy, I don't do the app. I'm very partial about installing the apps. They sound good, but it's kind of like that pill. The advertisement tells you all this positive shit. It's that really fine print that lets you know that there's like 15 different things that are probably fixing to go wrong with you, but hey, the headache will be gone. Well, that's the way I take apps. It's like, wait, what is that? The Fortnite, mobile Fortnite. Oh, but it's Fortnite. Yeah, but it's what's in the back end. Like, what all is it accessing? Oh, wait, it accesses all your contacts, all your text messages, all your data. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. That doesn't sound very private, considering what IT dude works at that app place. Channel creators are all very well. If they do that monetize and the membership stuff and all that, I think you kind of got to verify. Only difference is you're monetized on your first video on Rumble, or YouTube. You have to jump through hoops. Oh yeah, well they've got to try to make it enticing. That's why some of them people are getting better kickbacks and stuff. And, Gab. Oh man, there was a time way back when that I was like, oh, and then it kind of, I don't know, man. I just got bad juju vibes, and I really haven't messed with it much since. Indy, I still get like emails, but there's just, I don't know. So no, ma'am, I really haven't messed with that one, especially in years, because that was way back in in the beginning when everything was really peaked up. That's a pilgrim. That's who came in. I'm like, man, I know somebody came in. He's listening and driving. We'll keep it between the mustard and the mayo. Yeah, I remember when that was the thing, shutting things down. No, look, Gab, yeah, go there. But then it just, man, I don't know. There was some weird shit. And I just kind of like, I think I'm just going to slowly step away. But I'm kind of real picky on installing shit. And especially like a phone, man, I don't do anything really. Hell, it wasn't just long ago. I think I've had the longest phone call I've ever had with an individual on a cell phone. And I even laughed at the end and said, wow, just so you know, you don't think you're in the special category. I think I just sat here and talked on the phone longer than I ever have since they came up with cell phones. But the only other time I can think of is like in the middle of something, and so I'm doing some multi-call while I'm in a head-end work with wiring and shit or something. But I despise opening new accounts. Oh yeah, but he's great from what I see of him. Oh, who we at? Oh, metal. Is he doing better? Really? I don't need to listen to all that shit. Hold on, where's George? Come on, George. Hook me up, buddy. I don't need to listen to that retarded shit. Oh, wow. Sorry, I was. The missus just told me that apparently her dad has a small tumor on one of his kidneys. Man, that's a challenge there. Okay, let me see. What's that? Number said it is just to keep between them. Let's see. What do you think of BitChute? See, I'm not. It's too loose and open ended. Odyssey, BitChute, they're too open ended. Because you got to remember, it's not just it's because when you have these type of systems, then you have IT services that have access to the back end. My first phone was a pager. Boy, those were back in the day, weren't it, Dragon? Thought you some shit when you was talking to somebody and your pager went off. You'd be like, yeah, that's right, I got a pager. I can be reached anytime. I remember when that was some funny shit. I always have to change my change on this day. Thanks, Indy. Yeah, and I'll let her know, man, that is so. I mean, I'll be honest with y'all. It's not like, even if she heard it, she would understand because we've talked. It's kind of, that's a challenge because I have to really focus to try to keep my own thoughts and opinions out of being a supportive partner to the missus while she goes through what she goes through. Because, I personally despise them people. So, I mean, but you don't want to be ugly. Me and my son kind of talked about that yesterday during the day. And it's like, when people get into those moments, man, just chill. Keep your personal bitter shit to yourself. Just let them do them. And that way you don't add to the experience of leaving this ball of dirt, Hell, I acted like I got along with somebody just for my mom's sake for 9 days. And the day after she died, I was quick as a heartbeat to go, just so you know, that was just so when she left, she was like, thought in a good frame of mind. We're back to square one. If you need a volunteer to put you under, I'll put you under. It was just kind of that. What's up, Maccabeus? What's up, buddy? What's up, Eric? I just saw you come up. Mac, you want me to drop the link? That's me. I like truck drives in and do with my pup. Oh, shut up, kiss off. I'm going to tell you what. You know what? You, Missy, and other people that joke about that shit. Now, you know damn well the day that comes when all of a sudden that body ain't next to you laying in that bed, you're gonna feel it, damn it. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna feel it. So you might want to watch that damn talking too much smack. I read that. Got the Mac Daddy weed. You ain't there, so there's a shock coming. Not whatever. You don't know what's happening in the twinkle of an eye, homie. In the twinkle of an eye. Just keep that in mind. In the twinkle of an eye. Hell, if she was here, she'd tell you. Hell, there was a conversation going, oh, you know what? Before I head to the house, I think I'm gonna go ahead and swing out there and pay the electric bill. All right. Next phone call she got was, well, there was a bad wreck and he was put on life flight, but they were bringing him back. They were trying to bring him back. And so, yeah, just like that, homie, just like that. Rescue, kiss off, tried, mail, and chuck to me. I put return to sender. See, I believe it. She's so mean to him. You know that dude? That dude deserves some kind of like, I don't know. It's like marriage survival medal of honor or some shit. 50 years with that woman. Can you imagine? 50 years. I mean, that dude has like been under fire, son. Matter of fact, I think I'm just going to make Chuck my hero. We ain't got no John Waynes no more. So I think I'm just going to make Chuck. He's like my John Wayne. Homeboy's more stronger than I can think of. It's right up there. Mac, I just put it in there. Is it still there? I think we all need to talk to Chuck and get his side of the story. Oh, I have, Eric. There was a brief moment when she let him actually talk. It's very rare. What was that movie? Do you remember that movie where that woman kept that dude in that bed and she'd walk in there and break his damn legs or some shit? That's what I figured. I figure that's what Kiss Off does to Chuck. She keeps him fucked up, so he's got to stay there. How are you, brother? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm cleaning house today. I'm sorting through junk and cans of bolts and screws and just all my stuff I collect. I'm a scavenger. So, nowadays, they want to call you a hoarder, and I'm not a fucking hoarder. I'm a scavenger, and everything's a resource to me. And that's what makes me happy. I enjoy it. And apparently, hoarding bothers some people, especially in the prepper fucking sphere.
And it's prepared. Hell, you never know. You might need that.
I make a lot of my own stuff. I always have.
It's repurposed.
Yeah. Everything's a resource.
That's it.
I figured it out as a child because we were poor and it didn't have anything. It all started with stuff like, I loved guns as a child. And, the old cowboy westerns, the World War II comics like Sergeant Rock, stuff like that. Well, my parents couldn't afford to buy me guns, and like I had this stick that was probably only about 4 foot long, but it come up like this and then had a knob on it right here and then went straight. And to me, in my imaginary mind, it looked like a musket, and so that became my musket. And it all started with shit like that. And then when I was younger in South Carolina, that's where I'm from, I ended up homeless for a little while, and I really learned to repurpose a whole lot of stuff or do without, So
that's it. Well, it did both actually. You kind of learn both. You learn to reuse, what you want, but you also learn that some things ain't as necessary as you thought.
Yeah. There's things I've kept and then turned around, threw it away because,
Yeah. What's up, Amy? And by the way, Kiss Off, I love you, sis. Big hugs. I noticed you kind of got really. You shifted when poor old Matt came up. He didn't even get no little emoji or nothing, no heart or nothing. He just got a hi, Michael Bass. And I thought, oh shit, I done fired her up so bad. She's so mad she can't even do an emo icon no more. So I got a big hug for you, ma'am.
That's the truth, Rabbit. As soon as you throw it away, you need it. That's happened to me a lot too.
Yeah. That or nowadays it's been like, I remember saving one of those in case I ever needed it. Now, where the hell did I actually put that though? And
yeah,
it's like, that's why actually we're working on the chickens. That's what it was a while ago. I was steadily for the past couple of days. I'm like, well, shit, man. I've been trying to get this to stand so it'll hold the netting up in the center. And I'm like, no, that don't fit there. Well, shit, let me try this. Okay, cut that off. Nope, that didn't. And then finally, it was just like all of a sudden I opened the door, and in the corner of my eye, over in the very corner, propped up was one of them old satellite tri-stand things. Remember when you take your dish camping or some shit, little fold out legs, and it had the mast. And I'm like, oh, look at that shit. And so then I end up dragging it out, and sure enough, now the thing's up, can't be picked up. It's like I knew I saved that for something back then. That was only probably like 35 years ago.
Well, I've got cans and cans of nails and bolts and screws, and I'm throwing stuff away and sorting stuff. I just pulled a big box out beneath my table here. When I got out of the hospital, I had to make room in here to get around with a walker. And this is my sewing table here. And so underneath of it, I just started, I had Tanya, she was here helping me, a friend of mine, and just stacking boxes of stuff, big banana boxes that was just full of stuff. And I'm getting them out today and sorting through them, getting rid of stuff I don't need, and chop back in dust and cobwebs and spider webs. I've killed probably 200 spiders in the last 2 months since I've been home. And I need to set off some foggers. I've got foggers, but I need to set them off because there tends to be an abundance of spiders this year.
I had one on the live yesterday morning. I started about 5, and then while we were talking and I was just playing some music, I have my cameras up, and right outside, right down below one of the cameras, and being at nighttime, it's all in the IR. So, and all of a sudden you start to notice this little white knot start to swing. And dude, it's on the stream. You can go watch. We watched him literally build his web, go from point to point, and then he literally started doing the big stitch all the way around, all the way to the center. Yeah. And then finally it was done and stretched out the legs, and I was like, I think that's a black widow. And to this morning, I still haven't walked around there to actually see what that was. Because as soon as the sun come up and they kicked into color mode, with the contrast in 1080p of the grass and all that, all of a sudden all you can see is this object floating, but you can't zoom in on it because the cameras are set up on it, that whole little area.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a trip. We just sat there and playing music, talking. Yep, the Spidey came.
That's cool. I don't kill spiders when they're outside, but I'm a little tired of them being here in my building. And
it depends on which ones. Brown recluses down here got to go, got no forgiveness. Sorry, dude. You just this is one of these accident moments. You just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Got to go.
Well, this is kind of on the same subject, but not. Did you see the link from Colorado? Them rabbits that are out there, and they got like these black things growing out of their face.
Oh no! Holy shit! Rabbits?
They say wild rabbits. They say it's some kind of a virus. They claim, but I just got your email from Rabbit this morning. I'll send you the link. Let you check it out.
Roger that. Yeah, that's why. Well, I guess naturally, if they don't chew on shit, then it's going to grow anyway. So they've got to chew to get it out. But I wonder if you get some kind of disease that all of a sudden deforms that growth process or something.
It kind of reminds you. It reminds me of them cordyceps from the Last of Us movie, that TV series.
Is that the? Okay, so I remember that.
Well, on The Last of Us, a fungus, the cordyceps, that's what caused the zombie apocalypse, and they had like growths coming out of their skin and everything.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Go ahead. Resident Evil was that way, I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen all of them. I've seen the first couple, I think, but I remember being in a lab. Hell, I can't even think the name of it. That was a pretty good show, the Resident Evil.
Yeah, that was about the last when I stopped really watching anything was after about probably that series right in there as far as that style. I like CGI. That's really the reason I watch movies. The script's so readable nowadays, has been for like the last 25 years. The missus gets mad if we watch movies. She'll even tell me as it's starting going, just shut up. All right, just shut up. because you can kind of catch them first few scenes and go, okay, well, there's the bad guy. That's going to be the good guy that catches them. And there's your victim. And you can kind of read the whole. What's up, Nikki? You can kind of read the script. And so I watch. It's like the Marvel series shit. Hell, I got into those just over the graphics because kind of being a computer geek in a way.
Yeah.
I like the hardware.
Let me grab me a cigarette real quick.
Yes, sir. Good old Raccoon City. I thought about playing that game the other day because they got a game out over that movie. Resident Evil tells a lot. Well, I mean, it's the stuff we already knew. Like we went through the Black Plague, so we kind of knew how the virus release would go. So then you just got to take your imagination and spin the. It's kind of like The Thing. I think that was the name of that movie up in Alaska or something. The Thing that just grew. Barney, I didn't want to bring this up in chat, but I think I'm going to need bail money. Oh, whatever. It's a work type thing called by. Hey, yo, man. I ain't your Daisy. Scrolling up, my daughter. Hey, Miss Amy. My daughter, when a toddler, got bit by a brown recluse. Ugly miss it was left scar. Yes, ma'am. That's why brown recluses. No. Anything else, I'll try to relocate. But yeah, actually, they gave me shit because we kept a little house spider. She lived up above the door in this little crack after the house is all screwed up. So there's crack. And she would come out, but she never. And man, at first everybody's freaking out. Oh my God, I'll go just leave her alone. Just leave her alone. She's just a little house spider. She just wants to get right there because the little bugs that come from the door light and shit. And then they actually ended up kind of getting used to it. So hell, if she'd go in and out the door, they'd wonder where she was. Oh, I wonder where she's at. And it's like, yeah, see, you got to be ugly to everything. Oh, who was that? Miss Cheryl. What's up, Miss Cheryl? Afternoon. All right, Rabbit. Kiss off. Oh, I'm a good getaway driver.
Yeah, them rabbits were pretty creepy looking. And I'm not sure I believe the narrative. I mean, I'm skeptical of everything, it seems like, but because there's so many lies and deception out there, you know. So.
Oh, and AI is so good nowadays, man.
Yeah. Well, this was on a like Colorado 9, their news channel, their actual webpage. So I don't really think it was AI, being it's a news channel. I mean, I guess it could be because news.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, it's got gross all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, they stick out of their face, and now they're blackened about so long.
Yeah.
And it doesn't kill them because the one woman that's interviewing has one that lives around her place, and she had seen it the year before and figured it'd die that winter in the cold, and the next year it was still around. So.
And a stranger stuck beside me and
Huh. I wonder if they've tested it or something to see what the hell it is.
Well, the news reporter, she talked to the conservation, the game and fish people, and they said it was some kind of virus similar to like warts and stuff like that.
I wonder what sparks that on. Just a fungi infection?
I have no idea. They didn't really go into any detail on there.
Because that's what I would wonder. It's like, okay, well, I mean, is it a certain? Because it must be like it's either like something in an area or because you don't have a population of them, and you think just how fast rabbits get busy. So It's like you would think that if this was somehow like got into them and was a contagious kind of thing amongst them, that all of a sudden you'd have a population full of them. But
yeah,
Rabbit said it's Shoat papilloma virus. Looks fungal. Yeah.
Well, that'd be kind of like warts then, the papilloma.
Well, and what was it? The seed warts, where like you can actually spread them. If you were to scratch your warts back then, you'd spread them. and it was those, wasn't that the seed wart or something?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of them. I remember hearing about them.
Yeah, it's a DNA virus, unprotected bunny sex. See, oh, that's rabbit AIDS. Well, hey man, at least the rabbits got a self-identifier to go. Oh, you're screwed up, dude. No, get away. With
Well,
humans,
and
they just lie to you and tell you everything's fine, and you find out later when shit ain't working out that, wow, you lied, and you got the cooties that won't wash off.
I would think to protect the other rabbits and the rest of the population of wild rabbits, they would start eliminating them. I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
cold-hearted, but it's like we
Oh,
became really sensitive to actually putting an animal down anymore. It's almost like putting a human down in society's eyes.
yeah, you can only do that if they're babies inside the womb.
Right.
Then you can kill it just frivolous, whatever you want. You can name it whatever you want. But oh my God, not that infected ass animal that might even be living in hell. It might be miserable. Can you imagine having gross all around your mouth so you couldn't actually really get the food very good? You were having to kind of get it at angles. It's kind of like if you had shit all around your mouth and you couldn't quite access your food except for one little magical way. That's
Yeah, the one they showed, it was like a video, and it was like all over its face right here, and it was eating grass, but I mean, its whole face was covered. You could see its eyes. It was just like big and black.
yeah. I saw that picture. Rabbit sent me. That's how I see. That's I bet it itches. I don't know. Gain of function, cha-cha.
That's what I was thinking. Gain of function.
Well, and you did. I will say this because this is, to be honest, there's some shit that gets done in just the private sector. It ain't always the government. I mean, no offense, but look at what happens just with pot seeds. Pot seeds ain't just pot seeds no more. Now you have different varieties of pot seeds, different speeds it grows, the different size it'll put out, the different, is it bushy, is it going to be tall? And you got people that are into that world that are also into the whole clone biological bullshit, and so they splicing all the little pot seeds. Well, all of a sudden, what happens when that dude's into vegetables? So now you got the weird little cantaloupes and the honeydews, and well, then this one's interested in the other shit, and next thing you know, you end up with a Fauci. But there's all those other ones that are out here just trying shit out. Hell, that could have been some weird, hey man, let's see if we can make like the most awesome mushroom, and you grew some shit that got out of hand, and then that's the after effect on the wildlife,
Yep. Yeah, I'm real suspicious when it comes to shit like that. Everything's a boogeyman, kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got these labs like the Chinese ones that they find that are like independent labs they don't know about that are doing the same thing that government labs are doing.
Well, we've got this whole lottery thing that kicked in, so we actually have more millionaires and shit, than people I think realize. So it isn't just corporations that have money. You got people that just have private money. Hell, look at that Jetson One. Have you ever heard of the Jetson One?
No.
It's an air car kind of. I mean, it's like a oversized drone for a person to ride in. Almost is what it is. It's got 4 blades. Homeboy developed that shit right there out of his driveway. He launches out of his driveway and does the things. You can look it up on YouTube called Jetson One, and it's come a long way since that dude put up a prototype. That's his money. He's got these investments that bring in money, so he puts that into his little. That's kind of what Elon Musk did before he became so popular. He did a computer game that got him a foothold that then helped him do the code for the PayPal shit that then gave him the foothold for the other. That Lucky Palmer with Anduril, same thing. That's the VR guy. He developed the Oculus in his parents' garage, the whole Oculus VR shit in his parents' garage. There was a kid.
Well, didn't like Ford or Harley Davidson or something else, but somebody like that started out in just a little 1-car garage.
Both of them, Ford and Harley Davidson. Yep. What the hell, I want to say Dodge might even have started out that way because it was just, an automobile. Well, okay, everybody started making it. Nowadays, you got the corporations, the big 3 and all that goofy shit, but then people still develop things. The only reason they just don't make it is because now you got to fight against the corporate world. And if it's a really good idea, well, then they'll buy it from you. But they won't let you become too damn successful. Although I will say, Texas is becoming, apparently, we're number one in business launches. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
ATF, one North Carolina people rat out people selling guns. Man, I got, yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping more and more people realize the impact they have to change their area, to get different people up in there that'll stop all this batshit crazy stuff, man. That's why I gotta say. By the way, Bonnie, I don't know if you caught that, but Abbott's waiting. If they don't make it back by Friday, then he's calling special session Saturday morning. There'll be another one, and they're working on not just you're hearing about the redistricting, but it's also the school choice. Well, that's supposed to take in effect next year. No cell phones in the schools anymore. So that's it. No more cell phones in the school. I think that's good because we have already instituted the armed stuff. We did that after the Uvalde thing. Enough was said that, yeah, that's a thing now. Armed security in the schools. And I know that down here we've always had them, but what was it? There was starting next year will be the school choice. I think they're working on getting rid of the STAR test thing for the kids in school, which that's that testing bullshit, stupid. And the property tax, working on capping our counties from jacking with the property taxes and getting rid of some of the state property tax stuff. So it's getting better, man. Next year, we're going to start doing gold and silver as currency. It'll be a valid currency to be used in Texas. That's pretty cool for people that, worry about digital age and all that. Well, move to Texas. Next year, you'll be able to go and buy your groceries with a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold, I guess, is what they're planning. Huh. I'm kind of curious to see how that works, but
that'd be cool. Yeah, how's it going to work off with the exchange rate?
That's well, we have. I'll have to look into that and see if I can get a little bit more because I'm not a finance guy. I hear this and I know that apparently in the money people, it's a cool thing. This is going to sound kind of dumb, but nowadays I just look at people I know that have money, and if they're in a good mood, then apparently the money market, because I know where they get their money, and they like doing that stuff. I'm not a desk person. I'm not a number. Let me watch the market. I'm not like that.
Yeah.
There are people, and that's cool. I'm the guy that makes sure your connections and shit are still running and you still have electricity to watch that screen. That's more my thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not. That's why I wasn't really stressing over the economy is going to crash, because I'm watching them, and my wife works at a bank too. She got family that works in the banking, and ain't nobody freaking. And if a bank ain't freaking out, especially a local bank ain't freaking out, apparently doom must not be too close on the horizon, at least for around here, because a little bank will be the first one to want to try to get up out from underneath shit. Oh, wait, the collapse is coming. We got to start getting real. What's up, No Quarter? Anybody else that might have come in, welcome to the Cluckin Alamo. Appreciate you.
Have you heard anything in detail about the plan with DC? Yesterday or the day before, whenever the news conference was, one of the things that he said they was going to go in and start demolishing all the slums. And them slums, what are they going to do? Just kick them to the street, then call them homeless, and so they can arrest them and move them out? Or do they have plans to put up new housing?
Yeah, apparently they're putting up places outside of the Capitol for them to go to. And I'm sure that's slowly going to become narrowed down, because there's also, here's the thing too, it gets lost in a lot of the media stuff, which then translates to all the talk too about it. But So this is only for 30 days. Like he can only do this for like 30 days.
Yeah.
That's why the big push. It's not the Gestapo. Oh my God, look, he's doing it. Brown shirts on the street. Oh, here he comes, the evil Trump. Man, some of these channels just crack me up when they go off on it. It's like, this is it. See, this is what Hitler did. And it's like, what? First off, you haven't read history because this has nothing to do with what like Hitler did. But two, it's only for 30 days. And then Congress is going to need to step up. But he's hoping that they can get that through Congress once they can, because they're sending the tone. That's why I get it cleaned up, get them picked up. I think that was, damn, I'm going to have to, let me rewind. Give me a minute, Andy. I had to rewind because.
Well, I've got something to ask there after you get rewound.
I watched an interview with Abbott, but I think this was an interview with, damn, who was that guy? It's not the little dude with the beard. He's not one of the ones that I think that have normally been up behind him, but because apparently he's going to like they go Pam Bondi being this chick's got to answer to Pam Bondi, and they're even asked this mayor, but I don't know. From the news thing I saw, he's appointing a dude to kind of oversee this connection. And then there was an interview with this guy on one of those. It wasn't the small like podcaster type. It was one of the news things. And they were kind of trying to go, and he was reminding them of going, look, he has full permission under the Constitution, for this. And it's like a 30-day thing. And if he wanted to, he could do something else, but that would be 180 days or some shit. But maybe that, what was it? I don't know. I'll look that up. I'll try to remember to do that, Indy. And I'm sorry. Yeah, I try not to just throw things out at y'all if I can. But I will try to find that. I just, all I can say is, and if I'm fine when I'm wrong on something, just let me know. I got to know, man. Shit, I'm just a man. I ain't nothing special. I'm just a man. I fuck up all the time. The difference is I ain't got no problem owning up to it.
Okay. They got 30 days to do this in D.C., but in that news conference, they said that they was offering the same kind of assistance to any cities or states that was having problems. We have these kind of problems throughout all the big cities. St. Louis is really bad. And if they may only have 30 days in D.C., but once it leaves federal jurisdiction and the states start asking, it could become a permanent thing. See what I'm saying?
I think the way I took it, and I don't know this, but just the way I took that, because when he even said that, and I'm like, you realize that they're fixing to go crazy over that. I mean, you like described martial law, Donald Trump, and it's like bad move. I took it, to be honest, Mac, it's like, because it's the sales pitch of him. So he's always coming at things from the betterment side, and I think what that was, it's like if the mayors go along with it. And I'm thinking from his point of view, I might be 100% wrong with this. So it's not like I'm going, this is it, man. From his perspective with the whole golf course, the towers, the parks, the way he does the whole thing, the sales pitch, I think they're going to try to make this like, see how much better this is? Don't you want to do this in your city? And then maybe some of these Republicans will use that as some kind of like election pitch come midterms about, well, look, we're trying to make it clean like DC is, but this, and maybe that's part of the game. I don't know, but I don't think there's anything federally that says he can go into any state. Hell, that's what pisses them off about the redistricting, because the federal government can't say shit about any of the states in the redistricting that they do. That's state biz.
If they're invited in, it changes it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's when you can ask. Because basically, look at it like this: if it ain't in the Constitution, then the government, then they're not supposed to be able to do it. It just takes on your state to stand up for it. Let me see. Did I miss something? Did Rabbit might have corrected me? He's kind of sharp on his toes. Here in a bit, I'm headed to the pantry down here to go get some free produce. I'll still be listening right on. I'm home now. What's going on? What's up, Pilgrim? Welcome back. Okay, and trying to see. It creates a
Yeah, I don't
motherfucker.
claim to be an expert on any of it. I don't stay informed enough on the news to keep track of anything. I have no desire to really. I catch little bits and pieces, and that's why I have certain channels I'll usually watch and see what they're saying about it, And it really irritates me when I hear people start. If you don't know the answer, they start saying you don't have discernment or you're not paying attention well enough, and all this. Like they're trying to dictate how I need to live my life and what I need to let go through my thought process. And then I hear them say shit about somebody else that isn't true. So where's your fucking discernment, motherfucker?
Right.
I'm supposed to believe your political narrative off the news, but then I hear you misdiagnosing people on some kind of personal level. Where's your discernment?
Exactly. What's up, Tiger? Morning, ma'am. Did you get you some rest after the night?
I was enjoying that little exchange the other night between you and I'm not going to say his name because I'm not trying to put him down or start shit, but with the HOA, how secure and free he was. I don't know if you was reading the chat. I was coming back in the chat pretty heavy too. That shit ain't freedom. I got everything that he had, except it's through neighbors and stuff like that. And I live in a county where we don't have permits. There's no nothing. I don't have to ask the government to do a damn thing here.
Well, you just. But see, that's where that difference is of like unincorporated, incorporated, and where they start to dissect all this shit. Next thing you know, you got to do this and you got to do that, and it's like, well, wait, and over time, people just, and it's like that. To be honest, that was actually the prime example of the secure, freedom for security. It's like,
exactly.
and it was the classic thing going, well, no, it's okay because of this. And it's like, I'm sorry, isn't that like classic excuse making? I mean, you're justifying, I'm only taking your shit. It's really, this is going to hurt me more than it will you. What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Last time I checked, when I looked in the mirror, I was the one with the red whelps on my ass cheeks. Where's yours?
Yeah.
How'd that shit go,
And then when you start incorporating private police forces like Pinkertons into a community, you don't really have constitutional protection anymore.
Yep. Well, and to be honest, that's why sometimes, I get the concept of communities and stuff, but I don't see that as the solution in a way. It's part of it, but because that's kind of what we did as a country, We kind of came over here and we was doing some shit and hanging out. And we kind of was like, I don't know, man. Aren't you kind of tired of having to listen to their ass way over there? Like, And so we made our own community. We made our own mag and we called it the United States of America. And we ventured out and we started to discover and stake the flag and make fights and battle. And we won land and we conquered areas. And we were even nice enough to go, we kicked your ass. But hey, man, you want to just camp out? Look, just don't cause no shit. Okay. Did everything turn out perfect? Hell no. But all I know is it was better whatever was here before. Well, I don't think we're going to there's nowhere to go no more. I don't think you're going to do like an America Discovery thing anywhere anymore. It's all exposed. It's all somebody somewhere. So you just got to fix what's here, which means, but this is going to go all sideways, but it's the kids, dude. It's all about the kids.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, in this adult world and the way that the political system works, we ain't fixing to live in no paradise because it's just not the way the timing of things works. By the time this gets done, this gets implemented, this gets passed, then it becomes that. Okay, now they're actually going to get the money. Oh, look, now they're actually doing something. This is a decade, so, but it's the kids because what's this generation that's listening to the shit right now? And this is going to be might be a little harsh, but where are the fucking men at, dude? Where are the men? Where are the women? These kids that just shot at a bus stop, 3 guys.
Yeah.
Did an attack at a bus stop to tag a woman, and it looks like she must have been the primary because if you got 3 fucking shooters and you only shoot one person and she gets riddled in the chest, I'm kind of going to assume that was the primary. So I'm sorry. Where did that come? Oh, wait. And then you just listen to the talk from the people that are standing there while they're working on her ass and then loading her into the ambulance. And you just listen to the commonness. And it's like, really? Where's the men at? Where are the people that have kids and grandkids? When do you give a shit? I get it. Epstein, where's the list? Like, that's going to solve it. What about what these kids are actually inputting? Yeah, they're getting abused, but what kind of input are they getting? Where's their role models? What's their example to how grow up to be a strong person? What, just you think maybe you as an individual can do it? You can't, because your kid's going to be exposed to the world. So if we don't get more men and women involved, more parents involved of actually stepping up and doing the job, then man, that's going to be the wave. Because this is we're on like surfing, man, and we're kind of on that part. Every now and then we just feel like we're fixing to do the wipeout, but then we're up on the crest and okay. What we determine is where they're going to end up. They're either ending up in the surf and the undertow, or they're going to get to ride the wave to the shore. And all this bickering, all this bullshit that goes down right now. Meanwhile, kids, are they being taught what is politeness? You know, are you polite? Can you be respectful? Do you got to attack people, or can you be man enough to respond without the shit talk?
Yeah.
What example are we giving? And I'm about peeking out where I'm about done. So, because it's like, really? Shit's right here, and I get it. All the righteous, woo, and they want that. Back in my day, they'd call them Bible thumpers, because it was always, you'd see them, and it's like, well, that's funny. Didn't you just walk out the liquor store with that fifth tucked in your coat pocket? But that's okay. Nowadays, oh no, you just get all these people that are so self-righteous and everything, but it's like, really? Because when you listen to the way that they talk, and then you picture, well, I don't know, if my grandson was standing right there, I'm not sure that I'd dig that. Oh, wow, those kind of things. I don't think I'd like it if my granddaughter was standing right there, or you addressed her that way. That would really, so when do people process the speech that they put out? Especially on the internet, dude. It's 8 billion people in the world. So, I mean, really? And sorry, anyway, there's that soapbox, and I missed the damn chat, so apologize. That was one of them vicious squirrels. That was one of them squirrels that was all pissed off, Blackbird. They shoved that soapbox under my feet.
Hell, I don't mind rants. Rants are good for the soul.
Man, I tell you, it just, because it's the simplest, stupidest shit. And it's not that I got anything against anybody. It's not like, oh, you're just a moron. It's just, wake the fuck up. Apologize for the damn thing, dropping an F-bomb like it, but it's just, damn it, wake up. What you do and say matters if people are around you. I mean, now, if you're out in the woods, man, I don't think the bear's going to give a shit. I don't think the raccoon listening in is going to give a shit. So, hey, do you, boo. But you get up around public and around people, what kid's sitting in the car? I get it. You're at the gas station and you're pumping gas and you're all pissed off at the price. And, ooh, evil orange man, bad. I don't know. Do you think that lady that pulled up to get her fucking gas intended for her child to have to listen to your hateful ass narrative with all your little F-bombs and all the C-bombs and all the B words? Really? I'm sorry. If my wife and my daughter and my granddaughter go into the grocery store, I don't think their intent was, hey, you know what? Let's go take my granddaughter and expose her to some trash, But, oh, wait, look, here's somebody on this aisle. And what are they doing? Oh, they're sticking their hand in here and they're eating food out of it and they're recording themselves. And they think this shit's funny, and people are like, oh my God. And then they round the corner and they're going to fucking laser and they're talking shit. And it's like, how does any of this shit work out? God dang, get your head out of your ass, fucking people. Oh, I'm going to make a TikTok video. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go punch motherfuckers in the back of the head. If I punch you in the head, I go to fucking prison. How does that shit work?
Yeah.
Man. And you just watch. It's like hard work. Oh, sweat. That's hard work. Do you have a family, motherfucker? Don't you want to provide? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I might get me a new truck. Really? Because isn't your kid going into fucking junior high? And he's into sports, right? So isn't he going to want to play sports in junior high? So what are you just shitting out money? You're going to go take on a new fucking truck note? No, you know what's going to happen? You're going to go big pimping in your new truck, and your kid's probably not going to get to play fucking football next year when he goes into junior high because you can't afford the fucking gear. Because now you have your fucking $875 fucking truck note, which what dumbass even goes and pays $80,000 for a fucking 4-wheel truck with a bed on it that looks no different than they did fucking 60 years ago, other than it's got these fancy features. But I'm sorry, it's 4 tires, it's doors, there's a bed on it with a tailgate. Go figure. And then we just wonder, and that's why I get really agitated, because it's kind of like people start looking around and those mirrors start kind of showing some reflection. And next thing you know, it's them. That's the bad. It's what? No, this is a collective, man. We didn't get here overnight, and it wasn't just some evil ass fucking politician that flipped it all in a switch. And I've owned up to my shit. Hell, raising my kids, I did it under the ignorance of expecting somebody to be doing the fucking job that they were hired to do.
Yeah.
I was doing my job and then some. So I'm thinking, well, hell, man, if I'm putting it sure there, but no, then you find out. So I'm late in the game, but I got no problem calling a spade and owning up to the shit. So guess what happens? I piss my son off a lot now, because I try to constantly remind him, going, dude, you are setting an example, whether you want to or not. You're an example. So whenever he's riding back there in that car seat and you're on the phone and you're bitching about work or you're bitching about this, that, and the other, just remember, he's hearing all that, and you have to rely, however he's going to interpret that.
Yeah.
And then that's what he's going to process in life. These kids need to watch adults actually work through problems, so they learn how to work through problems. Gee, I don't know why my kid, he gets in all trouble all the time. Sir, sorry.
One of the things that irritates me, kind of in line with what you're saying, is these people that make these little shorts of their kid saying some kind of vulgarity or something. They just chuckle. They might say, oh, you shouldn't say that, but they laugh and carry on. And it's because they listen to mom and dad and the shit that's said. But yet then they're turning around saying, oh, you shouldn't say that, but they'll put it on the fucking internet for everybody to see as an example how to raise your kids. Here, you want your kid to be funny? You want laughs on the fucking internet?
That's it. Well, it makes it popular. It makes it the thing to do. It's trending. What? And see, and like that's no, I'm sorry, that's not Google. That's not ChatGPT. That's not X. That's not DC. That's not Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
That's fucking parents dropping the fucking ball.
Yeah.
That's an adult human being that's not accepting the responsibility or job of being a competent adult raising a child.
Yeah. Yeah. Our whole cultures, all of our cultures have went to shit. But it does seem like the foreigners raise better kids than the average red-blooded American.
That's because they come here, Mac, and they didn't live like this. So this is new, and they respect it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you take a kid from a third world country and you go and buy them $50 worth of fucking toys at the store, could be dollar menu stores. It won't make a shit. I guarantee. Watch, come back in 3 months, them toys are probably still going to look like just like they did. They're going to take, because they didn't have that, never had access to that. Our kids, we had grandparents when my kids were growing up. You had grandparents that would just buy them grandkids anything, whatever they wanted. And it's like, well, I'm sorry. So there's no cost reward system going on, because let's get real. I mean, if you are raising your kids and you're being responsible and you're not paying the tax thing, but it's just, if you're doing responsible shit, that's who, if you need help, did you break your fucking leg at work now? So do you need some assistance? Do you need some help? Okay, let's help you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You just don't feel like doing that kind of work. Well, fuck you then. Sit over there and starve. That's my 2 cents on it. But we don't want to help people that really deserve it, so we don't promote that. But we should be promoting that responsibility. We should be encouraging it and rewarding it, doing righteous good. This is who needs to be talked about. Instead, we highlight all the negative. It's like them kids, what was that, in a Target or some shit? I don't know. I guess there's still Targets around somewhere. Because these kids were all up at this door, and apparently, or was that a dollar store? But I don't know. They wanted to get out the door, and the lady locked the door, going, nope. I guess she was waiting on the cops. And then these kids end up putting a video up with their older sister once they get home. And they're like in night clothes, robes and shit. And they were talking about, how they just, it's all you people with money and shit, she and mama. And it's the way that they talk. I'm sorry. Are we not competent enough? Can we not hold down an intelligent coherent conversation? Is that really too much? I mean, I am just a redneck in the woods down here in Texas, so it's not like I'm a highly educated individual. But and Festus was pretty much one of my main role models growing up. But you know what? At least I can figure it out, and I know when it's an appropriate time to use comprehensive, coherent words. See, throw big ones out there, yay! I don't know. And sometimes I get on these tirades, and then I get wound up. I could probably break some shit because you just want to. And because you know what? It's so fucked up, and there ain't a damn thing I can do about it. And that really drives me crazy because it's like you can't do a damn thing about it, man. I mean, I can talk, but all of this is actually people waking up, getting their head out of the ass, walking the talk, as the saying goes.
Yeah.
And it's like a dopehead. You can show them all the things and give them all the assets available to get clean, but that final decision all comes down to that. Well, it's like deciding to carry yourself in a better way. Ain't nobody can do that for you. I don't know I know men need to man up. I don't know what it is. What do you say for a woman? Women up?
Oh yeah. The women need to be less in charge of the home too. And I'm not one of these that thinks the women are second class to men. That's not the way I mean it. But there's a reason why the pecking order was a certain way for thousands of years. The 90s mostly was when I started noticing it. The man became the house fool, there to bring home a paycheck and take out the garbage. And other than that, he was just the house fool. And mama run everything and had all the opinions, and the house went the direction of mom.
Yeah. Well, it's that outsourcing. See, we can talk about at a bigger level, but it happens all the way down right in the household. You get outsourced and you end up with people talking. What's up, all for his kingdom? And anybody else that came in, welcome to the Cluckin Alamo.
Yeah, my chat keeps freezing up, and then it'll suddenly catch signal and it'll load up, so I'm missing a bunch of the chat.
Mine does the same thing, Mac. It's the same thing for me. That's why sometimes I even kind of go, I don't know, is my chat still working? And then all of a sudden it moves. And then I kind of might have to scroll to look up. But
I got really shitty signal.
Oh. Yeah, I'm okay right now. It looks like I got 3 bars. We got apparently some thunderstorm rolling in. I don't know. I'm done with moving the coop, so that's cool. I don't care if rain. Well, no, don't rain because the house is still. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Oh, shut up, kiss off. I'm not going to read that out loud. And he doesn't mean it that way. He's talking about there's houses where like the guy makes no input.
Yeah.
And you can see it you usually end up with more of a feminine kind of male children in that house because they see that it's not so much because I mean, hell, Charlotte, I guess in a way I'd say, oh, well, Charlotte runs the house, but no, we actually do it together. But like she'll pay bills. I don't give a shit anymore. It's the electric bill, pay the electric bill. Okay. So there's just a difference. What he's talking about is like if I didn't have no say, like if I might not could get on the internet unless the missus said so. It's that kind of ruling the roost thing and it's cause for weak men. That's what you see. You see weak men, and through weak men, you see loss of family and homes.
Yeah. Now the kids see dad become the house fool, and then they don't listen to dad because dad's not doing his job.
Well, usually most of the shit talking is about dad.
Yeah.
He's off at work, but he's a good bouncer offer. You can just blame it on him. And yeah, I've seen it. And actually, hell, around here, my kids were raised. I was the bad guy because that's all my in-laws ever referred to me as I was the bad guy. The missus would get mad at me, and it'd be your dad won't let you do that. So I'd kind of get blamed for, even though we mutually agreed. But somehow when they got really pissed off, it was like, well, your dad doesn't. It's like, oh, wait a minute, it wasn't. And I didn't pick up on that very often. When I did, I'd go, wait a minute, we talked. Well, that was a mutual thing. Well, I mean, yeah, you said that. Now I look back and I'm like, you always made that sound like I made you kind of say it or something. She knows that the way you respond back then, that's words have a meaning. And,
Yeah.
Now it's like, man, conversation with my son's a mofo, man. I go to say something, I can even say, "There's a truck coming." What? Oh yeah, we're still there. And now he's getting better though, and it's like now it's kind of like there's a truck coming, and he'll while he's doing that sigh what thing, he's also kind of cutting that eye, looking down that road, kind of move, So it's like we're getting there. It's like I tell him, man, it's like, look, dude, all I can tell you is I always had your best intention at heart. That's all I ever wanted was the best. So anything you think about your mean childhood is just made up shit to get attention.
Yep.
But you have a loss of homes, man. I mean, you don't encourage it. None of the shows, no media, no music, no reference. The Angel Studios, think about that. Angel Studios, that some people have probably heard of, is the only network that tries to put out anything that stays with a cohesive family somewhere in the picture.
Yeah.
All the other shows, man, they either show the whores, the gigolos, the swapping shit going down. I mean, it's just all the crazy perverted shit. And then we just, these are what kids are taking in. It's like, look at all the shit. How many kids are on the internet, dude? Look at the shit that's available on a phone. You already come pre-installed when you toss your kid that phone with TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, the games, those games, those are just pervert trap doors, man. They want them kids and they get to talking to them kids in chat. There's a game called Roblox. Roblox? I don't know. My daughter told me about it, and I saw another video on it. It's another chick. It's a kid game, but if you go watch that game in action and watch the chat, those are perverted adults that are trying to talk to them kids to get information. So see, it's there. Well, I get it. We got to get, we could help by teaching our kids better. And then, we actually could start by ostracizing those people that do that shit, And then you know what? Check it. You're in a city, your DA don't prosecute them people. Why don't you make that a mission to get rid of that DA?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? See, there are things that can be done. And it's not instantaneous. We didn't get here overnight. I don't know.
Politics can be hard to change, though.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, and sometimes people think in smaller areas it'd be easier, but actually smaller areas can be a little harder because that's some of that family shit.
Yeah, I think there's like 3,000 some people in my county, and I'll guarantee 75% of them are related. And the whole courthouse and everything. I moved here in 91, and the corruption is just deep. I mean, very deep. And they cover up things very well, from the law enforcement, the taxes, everything. The county commissioners. The county commissioners 2 years ago, we finally got a good sheriff in that wasn't part of the good old boy club, and he was an Army veteran, and he was actually doing good things for the county. And he got a half-cent sales tax to go through, and we voted it in. And that half-cent off everything sold in this county was supposed to go straight to the sheriff's department to fund the sheriff's department, because there really wasn't a whole lot of funding. And to make a short story of it, the county commissioners, because he didn't play ball the way they wanted him to play, defunded the whole sheriff's department, put him, and we had 2 or 3 deputies at the time, which is the most deputies we've had since I've been here, put them on standby, on call. They wasn't even out patrolling. Moved the prisoners. We only had like 3 or 4 in the jail to other counties to house them. Moved the 911 service to another county, and it was costing us like $500 a call or something. It was really high for every 911 call that went to that other county. And his house burnt down, and it was a real suspicious fire. Didn't even get investigated. The fire marshal for this area just wrote it all off. He finally just resigned. He resigned on a Saturday, and Sunday morning they appointed a new sheriff. And this guy, he's a Pinkerton, I call him. He's been involved in different levels of investigation and law enforcement type activities with the public defender's office, just shit like that. Hell, he come right in, was the stand-in sheriff until election time, and he was the only one, since he was the only one running. He was the sheriff, So he is the sheriff now.
Hell yeah. Start cleaning that shit up.
Well,
Hey, what's up, Fords and
he's
Thought?
part of the problem, though. The new sheriff is part of the problem. The old sheriff, he
Oh,
resigned. Uh, hell, they even went as far as when he resigned, said he went to Oklahoma because he got some barmaid or some hooker pregnant in Oklahoma, and he went down there to take care of the kid. And that's what they're telling everybody around here, and that isn't even close to what he did, what happened to him.
oh, wow. I
Yeah,
know
he
a
just
long time
resigned.
ago, I want to say it was early 90s. Yeah, I think it was early 90s. We had a crooked sheriff here. I mean, he was one of those he was crooked, but he wasn't like the mean crooked. Like, he didn't like take nobody out in the woods but he only responded to certain things depending on where you fell in the friend list. And, he only had, if you were a problem for friends, then you might start getting a little bit more pressure applied to you. And so, yeah, there was that kind of thing. But he finally crossed the line. And then there was enough talk throughout the whole county. And then they were like, you know what? We're kind of done with this. We had a JP whose kid used to sell weed out of her place. A lot of people used to think it was funny as shit. But once you get the right people that know about it and they're kind of pissed, well, then it don't take long for that to change. But yeah, man, that was so funny. I used to crack up when we first came up here, and my mom and my stepdad, they found this place, and this all used to be trees. We like literally parked out there on the road and camped on the side, and we would clear cut everything before the house got put in and all that. It was kind of funny back in those days. But it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like going to Missouri to the meetup and then went through that dispensary, and it's kind of like, I don't know, this is really weird. I'm going to drive through, getting a shit kind of thing. So, well, it was kind of weird because it's like, we came up here, right up here, and I met a dude whose family owned a restaurant, and so got to hanging out with him. Well, then all of a sudden it was like, well, man, do y'all ever get any, smoke shit up here? And, oh, yeah. Well, he makes a call. Well, his buddy's like, yeah, come on over. Well, then that's when I realized, oh, wow, shit, because I knew what house, you know, hell, my mom and stepdad knew the JP lady, so I knew which house. And it was just kind of like, wait, we're pulling up here? It's like, oh, yeah, hold on a minute. And then he goes in, and yeah, it's like you just hook up homeboy. He goes into her deep freeze. It's got all the groceries in it, too. And he gets your shit out and bring it out. Here you go, man. And I'm just like, man, yeah, I'm waiting to hear banjos. I used to make fun about being up here because it'd be like, oh, shit, man, there's so much shit happening in the backwoods. Hell, the first time I went to jail up here, I didn't realize what a long, dark road trip that was to the county jail. So, man, we started down this road, and I just knew that buddy of mine that got us in this trouble. And it was like, dude, I'm telling you now, they take us out here and whoop our ass. I'm going to do everything I can to thump on your head as I'm going down. I'm letting you know you got us into this shit. And then it's like real dark, and you still want to next, it starts getting a little bit lighter, and you're like, wait, oh. And then you realize you're pulling into the jail yard, and it's like, okay, whoa, wow. I thought I was fixing to have a deliverance moment or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about that way here. I like where I live. I mean, I can say bad things about it, but I've been here since '91 for the most part, and just for the seclusion and the atmosphere, my personal atmosphere, I like it here.
Hey, Share make it a good day, man. Thanks for coming by. Hey, Forging Thought says, Maccabeus, we have never chatted, sir, so I want you to know, I mean, no disrespect, but in movies, when someone has a giant shark or a bear that needs catching, they usually are looking for you. And I got to say, as I was reading that, I was thinking of this cartoon show that Little Man likes, and damn, somebody's going to know it. It might even be, is it one of the Lion King ones? But it's the little, what is he, like a little mongoose, and he has the patch. Come on, Indy or somebody knows that show.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, he's got his patch, and he's got his sword. It's not the Puss in Boots, so I'm not talking about the cat. This is, I think it's like, what is he, a mongoose or some shit?
I'll check that out.
What's up, Matt?
Yeah, I'm a pretty avid hunter. I've hunted a lot of things in my life. Who was it that made that comment?
Madagascar. There you go. Thanks, Best Life. It's Madagascar. That's it. And I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say it again, Matt.
Who was it that said that?
Forgin Thought.
Okay.
Forgin, you want to come up? I'll drop the link. What's up, Nancy? He said, I was just saying that that's the guy who gives the hero a black eye in the beginning of the movie. Doesn't Mac look like Kurt Russell out of Escape from New York?
I've been accused of that one too. Escape from LA is what they said though.
Oh, there you go. That's it. Maybe it was the Escape from LA.
That's kind of what concerns me about it with everything going on. If it ever went to a state and city level, with people putting in the requests from the feds to do what they're doing in DC, that's one of the scenarios I prepare for. And I'm not trying to fear porn nobody, but that is one of the things I prepare for, is where people are just suddenly listed as the ne'er-do-wells and the rejects of society, like it was an Escape from LA. And we're going to deport you to this one area, and
well, it could happen. I will say I've thought about it too, Mac, especially since being on YouTube and hearing everybody, back with doing all the scenarios and different. And I kind of look around here and I think, because with Houston, we've had the freeze, we've had the floods, and you can watch that.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's like an ant pool. It's like an anthill, It just kind of has its rhythm if it's not disturbed. So it's just kind of got this rhythm. But boy, you disturb it and everything just goes running stupid. Ain't got no point of a direction. Just run. And that's kind of what's happened every time something serious down there happens. And, so far, now I do get a little worried because, like since the last really big one, there's been some improvements along the way where some of these towns have developed more. And so you got like more gas stations. So, because I will say, at first I used to not think, because I'm like, man, I watched them all during the freeze, during the hurricane, the flooding. They only can make it so far at 59 before they run out of gas. So it's almost like you could watch them. It's like, yeah, see, this is what you get. But nowadays, there's some gas stations along that pass. So I think that border is going to extend a little bit. Won't be much because they'll still run out because it gets all jammed up because you can only concentrate, 250,000 people into a 4-lane highway, and it's only going to flow so fast.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you can have a fire hydrant right outside your house, but if all you got is a 3/4 inch outlet to it, you're only going to get what you get. So I wonder, but it's, God dang it. Yo, dude, that was way too close of a flyby. But state-wise, that's, I think, one benefit, and I guess I take kind of solace in that because I'm in Southeast Texas. And so if basically the rest of the country erupts, kind of like it did during the whole BLM riots and stuff, and, fires all over, metropolitan cities just going to shit.
Yeah.
And this is going to sound kind of probably cruel, but I figure a lot of the conflict that I'd probably have to face is going to sort itself out while they feed amongst each other, because that's the one benefit of Texas being so big. You ain't crossing the state in a day, and that's in a vehicle, much less on foot or something or under extreme conditions. So it's going to be a little bit, but my only concern would be Houston. And like I said, they're going to eat themselves up probably before they get up this far. So it won't be, it'll probably be a little bad, but it won't be super duper bad. The cities, Dallas, Fort Worth, and then you start going up into St. Louis. You got Philadelphia, New York goes high concentrated. That's that shit, man. Because the reaction of others off of what they see happening there is just going to fuel more crazy shit, dude. Like they're not going to believe it. And it's just going to be more generated shit. I guess that I might have missed it if Fortune wanted the link. I'm sorry if I did. Fortune, if you wanted the link, just say it again, buddy. I'm sorry if I missed it. Cha-Cha says, got to run. Have a great day. All right, Cha-Cha. Sorry, I missed that too. Probably already gone. Make it a good day, ma'am. Sorry, I missed anybody leaving. I appreciate everybody being here. Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good day, making it a good day of it. You get to decide. Matt, you can move your office in with the bougie chickens. Shoot, he don't want to move his office into there. What? And you want to disrupt that cool looking Mar-a-Lago of chicken life? He might scratch the brass, smudge the floor. I'm just picking, Matt. You know I'm picking. Dude does awesome ass work is all I could say. I wish I lived closer. I'm glad I woke up in time to actually catch you today, Risky. Well, thank you, Tiger. Or the Taj Mahal of chickens. I think we actually said that back when he was working on it too. I think we called it the Taj Mahal of chickens. That was right before I think he was going to be putting on the, was it the copper trim? That's not funny, Andy. Polo logo. Yeah, I do worry about some of this, but I get it now. I'm slowly starting to kind of get my head around some of like why some of it, some of the reactions are like they are. I guess is what I'm trying to say, because it's like some of these states are real small, so they're pretty much dominated. Man, it's like if you look at Illinois, and the size of Illinois, and you kind of go, yep, yeah, you're pretty much under the thumb of that big city.
Yeah.
And big cities run them up. And so I get where the day-to-day life probably puts more pressure on people. And it probably felt like I was disrespecting some people. Now that I look back on some shit, the way I might have said some stuff, didn't mean it that way by any means. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I could see where people probably took it that way and probably got butt hurt. Yeah, I get it. I'm not responsible for the maturity of people. All I can do is make a mistake. If you don't bring it to my attention, then it's not on me no more. So
yeah.
But I kind of have been thinking about that because, man, we are so large. So, like, I can watch shit go down in Houston, but it doesn't affect me. I can watch political shit go crazy in Houston, but it doesn't affect up here because we're an unincorporated county. So we don't have all those headaches that these bigger places do.
Yeah.
That's
the way it is here. We're really unaffected here by anything outside this county. I mean, state or federal level.
No permits, none of that crazy shit. You should see it now. Oh. Rescue, I heard today that if they do rezone Texas, the Crockett woman will lose her seat. That's what it looks like. It was created for her anyway. That's what they were doing, was going in and specifically designating areas. They didn't care if it made any sense to go from here up to here and make this the same district. But what they were trying to do was create seats and then cater to a certain political party. And so, I mean, I'm glad they're going to rezone that shit. Especially whenever you look at the real details, it's the voting that they just saw. And then with all the election fraud that's just come out since they stole 2020. And so, I'm glad man to try to clean that shit up. And this is like, I can see where Trump's making it a thing here about the election, because in all honesty, and I get this is where it's people are like, no election there, don't have no confidence in it. I get it, man. We've got crooked shit, but that is the foundation of our country. That's what gives us our freedom, is we the people, and it's our vote. 2 minutes rescue become 2 hours. elections are still rigged. Well, yeah, definitely. And in some of these areas, it's been totally stacked. It just doesn't mean that they all are. And I guess that's where that whole always and never kind of thing comes into play. You know, it's the kids were always bad about that. Oh, man, we never go to the movies. We just
Yeah.
went last weekend, man. We're just not going this weekend, is all. You know, well, it sounds funny back then and they're a little bit now when you realize, well, see, then you wonder about the younger next wave of generation that hears what they hear. And that's why I just try to, man, I know I'm the thorn, dude. I know I'm the thorn. Somehow I got in, I met up with all the other channels and now I'm kind of like the Debbie Downer guy because I believe the cup's half full, man. It's you can make a change, and if you can't, if it's so bad there, then you leave there, go benefit somewhere, and go back if that ever changes. If it doesn't, then write another chapter in life here. You know, you just, but it can be better. That's why every area is not the same, and that's why the generalization talk just kind of, you know. Because I think that the more people don't participate, then the more rigged it's going to get. Because that was the eye opener. Hell, that's why they had to steal it in 2020 because they weren't prepared to rig for the numbers that they got. And all of a sudden, they got to shut everything down because they're like, oh man, this is just too fast. You know, and so that shows, man, that yeah, and there's a reason why that there's a narrative out there that it doesn't matter. Think about that. There's a reason for that. What does that benefit? Like, okay, if that does get traction, that it's useless to do that, it doesn't matter, then who benefits from that? The very crooked people that are there.
Yeah.
So then you kind of go, well, wait a minute, where does the message actually originate from then? If they're the only ones benefiting from it, it's kind of like, there you go. So you kind of wonder how much is being dumped into some of these metropolitan areas so that it become common knowledge and talk amongst chat rooms and social media platforms to where all of a sudden it's picked up and it's just kind of broadcasted. That's where I personally think the whole moon landing thing is, and I think it's total the colonization of America. I think this is all intentional because it's to take down the achievements that we've done as a country.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got a strong family, and I know that if I go at any member of your family, the only way I can try to bring your family down would be to start working at the weakest link and then trying to convince them how bad your family really is. And then when they go to having kids, then those kids will be, now I can pick up 2 or 3 of the kids. Yeah. And then they're going to have kids and I'll pick up 5 or 6. And eventually that family ceases to exist because they thought the family was shit from the beginning. And it's like, just like that, you can convert people. That's why I would say if I was listening on social media and I was really kind of looking for things, I'll probably, anybody that talks with a bitterness or a hatred or a negative connotation to it, I would discard it because it's tainted information unless they're just showing you a document that's already been printed out and here it is.
Right.
But any verbiage is really tainted because it's coming from that perspective. So are you really getting the facts or are you just getting the narrative from that direction?
From their perspective, yeah.
It's like hearing different things and debating things. See, debating. Well, I'm sorry. That's where to me, debating was like, okay, me and Zombie Force, you know, and it's kind of like, see, I just don't agree with having those kind of rules, Zombie. And it's like, well, we like them, you know, and it's there. And then Zombie came in the chat yesterday and we were talking, see, because that was just a debate. He likes it. I thought, nope, not for me, man. But I didn't downgrade him. I didn't call him a bunch of names, didn't trash him, didn't insult him. I don't look at him any different. He just, has a different perspective than I do for sure. Because I would not be okay with that. I understand the sales pitch, but no, not for me.
Yeah, I don't call it freedom.
Yeah, I mean, you know. So that's, you know, I've had people want to debate God. It's like, how do you debate that? I mean, your belief is your belief. Do you, boo?
I don't debate religion with anybody. I've had several people try to with me on here, and I just don't. There's especially with Christianity, there's so many branches of Christianity that yeah, I mean, in my whole lifetime of debating, I used to debate and argue about shit all the time, and I have never convinced anybody or changed their mind, and nobody's ever convinced or changed my mind about the way I believe or they believe, and it becomes pointless. And a lot of times, it's been my experience. A lot of Christians will get off into personal insults like cigarettes. I've been when they can't best me with scripture, they'll start attacking personal things like my cigarettes. Well, all the while they've got this gut so big that they've never seen their little winky, in since they were 12. And the Bible does say gluttony's a sin, but it doesn't outright say cigarettes is a sin. So I just avoid the whole religious thing with people. It's unproductive for me.
Yeah. Well, and really for them too, they just don't recognize it. That's
Yeah.
all. It's unproductive altogether. I do now know I've gotten Carolina countries. She must be a Debbie, so the missus is a Debbie. Because when I said the Debbie Downer, she said, that's what was it? She said something about, she was saying, I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer. She goes, LOL, my poor name gets taken in vain so much because of a Debbie Downer. I don't know. What's the uplifting one? Do you get a uppy Susie, or because you got the crazy Karens, you got the Debbie Downer. So what's the uplifting one? Is that a Susie or is that a Mary?
Mary. Well, it isn't even just religion. It's like the whole like AKAR-15 debate. I have seen that so many times in the last 20 some years, and,
Right.
and it's stupid. Go get what you prefer. That's part of what
Right.
being an American is. I don't have to conform to what you think's right.
I ain't got to make you happy. I didn't marry you.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like the Ford, Chevy, Dodge shit.
Yeah.
30-30, 30-6. What? 243. What? No, it's 7 mag, motherfucker. What? I'm sorry. Don't we just want backstrap? It's just want some backstrap, man. Use a 12 gauge slug if that does it. I don't know, whatever brings home the bacon. Susie Sunshine. There you go, Indy. We could do Susie Sunshine.
Well, even the same thing goes to things involving survival and prepping, like security and stuff like that. I've heard people like, you don't have discernment and you haven't thought things through if you're not blah, 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 blah. Well, your situation and my situation are two completely different situations. I don't have to worry about some little girl showing up at my door, baiting me out for food, for the bad guys. I don't have to worry about that. Not because I live so far out, but for one, I've got an 8-foot wall around my place. Two, I live in a little hamlet on a river, and it was part of my survival strategy 25 years ago when I bought property here, because there's like less than 50 people that live here now. So if things ever went completely bad, there's a security force already here. We all are. It's kind of like having a mag, but we're just good old fashioned neighbors, and that's the way it works around here. The next town, little shithole town's like 4 miles that way. There's another one 4 miles that way. All these people are related. So I am confident that if things went ever.
Matt.
What?
Hold on 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, I like the name Mary.
I don't know. I don't know if y'all heard anything. I can tell you now, I know the girl's family. I don't know the guy. We want to see. Yeah, that girl moved in with her mama, and I guess that's her boyfriend. And that piece of shit got no respect. Don't give a shit what the conflict is. But if that's how you talk to a woman, and if it were to escalate, I got no problem. I'll just spin this motherfucker around. I don't give a shit. It won't be the first time. It's
Was
only
it your
different
neighbor?
whenever it was. Huh?
Is it your neighbor?
People across the street, yeah. The daughter had moved in with the mom, and they've been hanging out, and there's been friends coming over, and it's cool. It's like, do whatever. I don't care, man. You know, hang out. They work on cars. Yeah, cool. But then I watched her walk out, and I could tell when she walked out, she was pissed off. Well, okay, I get it. I don't know what's going on. Hell, you might not have paid a water bill or something. But then I watched him come up from the other way, and then they met. Well, then she come back. Well, then Ryan here, and he's like, with this whole "if you," and I was waiting, and if it had gotten a few more words, and I'd have been like, you know what? If you're gonna say it loud enough for me to sit over here and hear it, then you can deal with me, you little fat fuck. It's 1080p. I don't give a shit. Whatever action I do, straight up 1080p. I don't give a crap. I ain't wrong. You made your shit loud enough to involve me. I didn't inject myself.
Yeah. Yeah, once it breaches where my rights begin, it's my business too.
Yep. Don't put it in my face. You won't make it my business.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wasn't sure where that was going to go. Never leave home without it. It's better than American Express. Didn't hear no gunshots, so that's good. Yep. Just noticed rescue. Do you have a black eye working? No, ma'am. Probably just a shadowing. Let's see. Try. Sorry, I was being a sissy staying in the shade. There you go. Yeehaw. See, there you go. Look at me. Ta-da. Hell, I'm healthy. I'm fit. Hell, let's throw some fucking dukes. I'll vent some tension. I think I'm about ready. As long as there ain't nobody related to me and my granddaughter ain't standing right here looking at it all go down, I'm cool. I can focus. If you go in front of my house, I declare this right to insert myself. Yep. Well, and I know that girl's mama, so I mean it's not like we're friends, but I've known her family. I knew her mama. Matter of fact, what would that be? Her mama's. So her mama's mom's husband. So her grandfather. Yeah, I guess it was either her grandfather or her. Yeah, that'd be her grandfather. Anyway, I bounced his ass off of a fucking tailgate right down there because he was sitting on top of his son, waylaying him like that. And that kid was like a 15-year-old teenager, 14-year-old teenager son. I had a broke foot. I was in the house. The missus had taken the kids up there to the lake to swim, so they were coming back. And he stomped them. And he was like mad because they had gotten a ride from the missus from the lake up here over around. And he's going off on him. Next thing you know, he's sitting on top of him. And man, she hauls ass up in here. She whips up in. The kids come running in going, "Daddy, Daddy." And she comes in going, "Baby, you won't believe it." And told me, "Calvin's on top of Bobby." And I'm like, "What?" More I come out that door, and as I could look down, because that little building wasn't there. That was before this one. Used to have another one that was on the other side. But I looked down there, and I could see son, one-legged mofo, dude. I outran the missus and my two kids. So and I was peg legging that shit all the way down there. And as I came up, he stood up and turned. And as he turned and looked at me, I just went both hands into his chest. Boom! And bounced him off that tailgate. Yep. To this day, that white Ford somewhere still got that imprint on that tailgate. I'm like, who the hell what are you doing, dude? You're supposed to be the protector. They're not supposed to be scared of you. But see, I saw little parts of it. I just never realized it was get as bad and as spread across the country as we see it nowadays. I saw little parts, just never realized the magnitude. Biscuits and bread, because why not? Uh-oh.
Well, you know, we always talk about the good old days and wanting America to go back to the way it used to be, but like male dominance and in a bad way and spousal abuse and all this, it was more prevalent back, say, 50 years ago and on back. You know what I mean? It's just the way it had been that way for centuries, I guess, where, you know, the male figure in the house, the husband, whatever, was heavy-handed and abusive. And so I'm not sure about the good old days all the time. Another thing was, like, back in 1917, I just learned this, and I posted a link on my community. A town in Arizona, I can't even remember the name of the town. It began with a B, but it was a mining community, and the miners wasn't getting treated right. The prices from the war had drove the copper or whatever they was mining up, but the workers weren't seeing any of the proceeds from it. Just different things, you know, and where the workers their health wasn't being taken care of in the mines or something, and a bunch of the town started protesting, and then like the sheriff brought in a whole bunch of armed men, and 1,700 of these townsmen were loaded onto cattle cars on the train and taken out to the desert and dumped out, and some of them died and stuff like that. And, you know, tyranny's always been a thing in this country. It's stuff we've dealt with since the beginning of it all. And so I'm just not always sure what the good old days is really supposed to mean.
I think it was the quality of the strong men. The men that we had, where the majority was men that would put in the work, men that would do the job. I think that was, I know for me, if I were to refer to that, and I'd be like, man, the good old days. That was back when, like, if no matter what I did, hell, you know, whatever in firefighting and working and whatever it was, but you would work side by side with people, and they were hard workers, you know, and it's just like, it didn't make a shit if you were digging a ditch. You just, you know, everybody, you know, you might even make jokes about being like on a chain gang because all of y'all are just humping it to get it done. But that was, the goal was to be a good man, you know, like that was actually, and it was encouraged. And so that's, to me, the good old days. The good old days are back, you know. I can do it in a light-handed way of just going back when dads were dads and moms were moms, you know. We actually had people that gave a shit about one another, didn't mind putting in a hard day's work. Your handshake actually meant something. Your word was your bond, you know, because we had men, you know, and those to me are the good old days when I could shake your hand, which I mean, I can now too, but I mean, you know, you shake a man's hand and say, okay, we got a deal. Yes, this. There was your contract, your sales receipt, whatever the hell you want to attach it to, but it was a handshake. It was to look you in the eye and shake your hand and say, yes, good deal, thanks.
Yeah.
And somehow everything's all fucked up, but it's all this other shit's fault. And it's like, I don't know, that looks like the core of men right there that let this shit get out of whack.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. The level of what a real man is went to shit.
Yeah. Well, man.
I noticed it back in the 90s as a foreman, that the work ethic just wasn't there. I was raised to put in 110%. That's the way my dad raised me. And especially as a foreman, I was probably a little more like a drill sergeant in my verbiage and stuff. And I've chilled out on that since I was younger because people don't always like being talked to that way. But they was some lazy pieces of shit. A lot of the guys that I had, the company would hire to come work underneath of me. And it was very frustrating as a foreman. You're on a deadline to get this job done. And You know, it was like 12-inch pipe. I forget how long the sticks was, like 10 or 12 foot long. And I could take a whole stick of 12-inch pipe and put it on my shoulder, walk the length of a hog barn and stick it up into the rafters, you know, that was 10 foot higher than where I was, get it stuck up in there and get a hold of the end of it and shove it all the way up in there by myself. Two guys pick up a piece of pipe and walk it part of the way down. They got to set it down and rest. And I mean, that was a nonstop thing. Just people aren't willing to put in the effort to get a job done. If you hire on, I don't care if you don't like the wages or not. You showed up and asked for a job. They gave you a job. They don't give it to you, but there's an exchange there of money for your labor, and they're expecting you to go out there and put in your best for the day for the wages that they're offering. If the wages aren't enough, don't take the damn job.
See, that's what gets me, because you know this going in.
Yes.
You know what job you're applying for.
Yeah.
You know how much it's paying. And somehow they accept these jobs, and then it's too hard. Well, that's too much. They want me to. That's too early. That's too late. It's all this whining, and it's like, well, you knew all this shit going in.
Go the fuck home if you don't like it.
That's part of the good old days. Part of the good old days was when you would be on you might be on a job site like roofing. Yeah, I can remember that. That used to be the thing. Or baling hay, dude. That was really a thing. You'd run alongside the thing because you wanted to see who was going to throw more hay than the next. Now you got to go drag them out there to throw one fucking bale, much less compete to see who's going to throw more. You got to drag them along to get them to throw some.
Yeah.
That was the good old days. The good old day was, you know, putting in a hard day's work. That was who you were. So if it didn't make a shit, digging a ditch, building a house, putting out a fire, but you put your 110 in, that's who you were. That's what people looked at. That's what people saw.
Yep.
That was the character of a person. It wasn't oh God. That's why friends showed up to help. That's why you had team squads that hung out. You had company shifts that would hang out. That was the vibe. Social media changed all that.
Yeah, there's some things like that I can see being the good old days. Another thing is like the whole thing with the underage kids. I'm trying to watch my words. I don't know if you care about it or not here on your channel.
I mean, I don't care if you say pedophile, and I mean, because if they were to flag me for that, I flag them back, going, I'm sorry, is that not the definition in the definition in the Webster dictionary? So you don't like the word.
Okay, now it's a serious thing. But I remember when I was a teenager, and I knew a lot of people that was a lot of guys in their 30s, and they'd have 16, 17-year-old girlfriends, and their parents was okay with it. And you go back even further, like my grandma on my mom's side was, I think she was 15 when she married grandpa. He lied about his age when he was 16 and went in the army and went over to World War I. And he came back, and that's when he married grandma. And he was in the army for 4 years. So I know he was, I don't remember his age, but he was probably close to 20 and she was 15, and they got married, you know, and so I'm not sure. This ties back into being the good old days. You know, I don't know that it was the good old days in some of these aspects like that. You know, I wouldn't want my 15-year-old daughter marrying some guy 21 years old. You know, I don't care how much they think they love each other.
Well, I think that's why I kind of I'm sure there's people that you know think I'm anal about that shit, you know, the language. But see, that's where I'm down with what you're saying, because that's where I see how what started out as just like fringe. I look at where we are, you know. Sure. Yeah, I can go. I remember walking in a convenience store. You know, walking to 7-Eleven, and there was the magazine rack. And there was the Hustlers and the Playboy, and
right there in the open. Yep.
Shit, what was that third one that was so popular? That was like the XXX version. You had the Penthouse and Playboy. Those were your classics, and then you had the Hustler, and there was another one that were your trashy ones. And I remember, you know, you'd be a kid, you know, and you'd have adults that would be like, "Oh yeah, look at it, you're gonna get his puberty, and then it's gonna be." And I remember all the light humor about shit.
Yeah.
And now I do view it different, but I mean, I'm 60 fucking years old now. So, I mean, I'm not fucking 12 or nothing. So I definitely see things different. It's like, I remember growing up and we had the drag shows over in Vegas. People just thought that was some kind of entertainment. Who the hell would have ever thought that would have been the assistant health secretary for the United fucking States of America? Duh, nobody.
Yeah.
But see, now you look back and you see how it gets injected real lightly. Me and the missus have talked about that with the way that with where we are with all this gender shit, snapping little kids' ding dings off and shit. And it's like, we'll sit there and we'll just kind of be sitting there and we might be either look up at the picture of little man or we'll just be talking about him or something. And it's like, yeah, remember, I'm sorry, when they handed me my son, there was never, you didn't ever even hear some weird newspaper story about snipping some child's ding ding off or snipping their breast off because they're really another gender. Nobody said, what the hell? But here it is. And then you look and it's like, holy crap, man. And I've had people go, I go, no, dude, our federal government, states have passed laws to take children because if a parent doesn't agree with that. I'm sorry, we've come a long way, man, in 30 years, 3 decades.
Yeah.
And it's like we went from not talking about something that wasn't mentioned. This was not part of the circle. I'm sure there was child abuse and there was the perversion, I'm sure, in the back end, because there has been ever since people have been, because people are evil.
Yeah.
And so it's been around. I get that, but it wasn't the commonplace, and it damn well didn't set policy and law based off of that shit. But here we are, and you just kind of go, damn, man. And then you watch these kids. Were the 3 dudes that did the shooting in Kentucky. Hell, the week before that, there was a teenager, that went up there and fired off like 33 rounds. Didn't hit nobody, but fired off like 33 rounds. Same bus stop, teenager.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, are we not noticing something going wrong here? Like, I get it. We got Jeffrey Epstein's out there. We got evil people like Fauci out there. But man, we got some fucked up ass parents and adults and shit out here on this content that have these kids so fucking, they have no respect for life. They have no values.
Yeah.
There's no respect for another human being. And then you watch the younger men grow up. I'm sorry, you watch the younger men. Did we just not have a flashback? Here's an example. You just heard it. There's a young man talking to the woman that's supposed to be somebody he cares about in his life. That was the relationship level that we're at. That was dealing with a problem in the new current adult generation now. That's a relationship. So see what, really? I'm sorry, that had nothing to do with Texas legislative policies. That had nothing to do with federal government policies. That had nothing to do with Xi Jinping or big old bad Putin or didn't have shit. You know what? That was the way them kids were raised. That's where that young man right there learned how to interact with a woman by the examples that were set in front of him.
Yeah.
So, and I get it because you see it, and it's just like think about the hypocrisy in this. Hey, your wife's a bitch. What, man? You better not talk about my wife like that. We're gonna get that. So everything blows up. There you go. You just had a nuclear thing. But that's funny because then you catch the guy at work, and he's still going, "Oh man, check out that bitch over there, boy. Look at the ass on that bitch over there." Oh well, wait. You mean you can drop that word to some females, but just not to yours? So you really don't respect women. You just cower to just yours.
Yeah.
But we'll say, "Oh no, I'm a man." Really? So you can't apply that to women in general, just specific ones. Well, that's not. That's a half-ass man. That's a half a man.
Yeah.
But that's look at what you got. I bet that boy didn't talk to his mama that way when he was little. Well, then again, might have been one of them single moms that's just like, I don't know what to do about him. Well, you could just stop buying him shit and giving him his way. But hey, if you want to be talked to like trash, nobody can step in and do nothing about it.
Yeah. Yeah, my oldest sister's raising her 3 grandkids, and that's happening because of the way she raised her own 3 kids, and them 3 granddaughters just walk all over my sister, and she thinks it's okay, and people like her are part of the problem with this country.
Want to be friends, not parents.
Yeah. And she's really upset about the whole cell phone thing. South Carolina or their school district or something just passed a thing on that last year where the kids aren't allowed to have their phones with them in class. They got to keep them in a backpack shut off and stuff like that. And she's really upset about all that. Well, what if they need to get a hold of me? Well, just like when I was in school, I had to raise my hand and tell the teacher that something's wrong and I need to call my parents. And, they take you to the office and you call your parent.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know precisely up there, so I'm not speaking on that, but like down here, I know in part of this whole thing where no cell phones in the schools no more, they're also implementing things in the schools to kind of compensate, like on an emergency level response stuff. So like there's more armed people now at schools. Teachers are going through certain training things to learn, different because there's communication things for fast response. So it's to address, so you don't need that phone,
Yeah.
because if you have an emergency, all you have to do is speak out loud, the same effort you would put in calling whoever it is you're going to call. You can just tell that woman right there, and she has a procedure now. She's being taught, this is what you do, and we've got it in play. Is it going to be perfect? No. But then again, just having kids call whoever they want ain't working out too perfectly either. So,
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think it'll help. Hopefully, it's going to keep some of these school fights, dude, because I got to say, man, some of these bathroom jumping shit that goes down, it ain't the old days. It ain't just a good little fist fight. You end up with 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's getting head stomped, and it's an intentional destruction thing. It's not a fist fight. The fist fighting days are over, man. Ain't nobody got the fortitude of the back boot to do just a fucking swinging dukes,
Yeah.
You're going to punch somebody, and if they really feel like they're getting their ass whooped, and the minute you whoop that motherfucker's ass, you better watch your back from then on. Because from then on, you'll be shot from 100 yards away or some shit.
Yeah. Or all their friends jump in on it.
Yeah. Oh, I've had that happen up at the store when we had the vape store. We had a vape shop. Well, ran it for some people that actually owned the overall. They had a store in Huntsville, and I managed that one, and then I talked them into opening this one whenever I got so fucked up I couldn't do physical work anymore. Or I didn't think I could. I just hadn't had my talk with God yet. I had to go through a retraining through God's eyes. But that's how they ever met at a customer, and I just tried to keep people from coming in my damn glass-filled shop, dude, because I had designed the shop down here where all the shelves up there were glass shelves and had mirror in the back, had lighted up in here to light up like all the different kinds of juices and the different kind of little mods that you get with the vapes and shit. Because that was back in the beginning. All I could think of was, oh, shit, man, no, we don't need no scuffling shit. Yeah, I went out there and got jumped. Like I told that dude before he did it, though, because I could see him chewing that lip and rolling that hand. And as the main dude was talking, and I caught him, and I looked, and I said, all I can tell you is that from what I'm seeing, ain't one of you big enough that I ain't already been down this ride before. Hell, I've done 2 trips through the system. I've had my own little wreck yard experiences. So you ain't fixing to teach me nothing I don't know. I just know you ain't got enough ass on your bone. And that dude was still turning that lip, boy, chewing on that cod and rolling them fingers. And I'm like, yeah. Well, about that time, the main dude, little dude, started to walk towards the missus. And I stuck my hand over like that, and I said, hey, hold him up. That's my wife. We ain't going there. And that's when I did that. That's when that dude, at least, boy, he tagged me. My wife will still tell you this day, she still trips out because, dude, I didn't even flinch. She goes, you didn't even move. You just reached, and I did. I just turned and grabbed that dude. Now, I can't tell you the rest of that damn thing, man, because that was just on for that was a hell of a, I don't know, 15, 18-minute bull ride. But all I know is I grabbed that dude and I held on. And every time I kind of felt like I had a moment, I would either do that shit and re-grab him, or I'd go up with a thumb to go for the eye socket while I was holding him. But meanwhile, I had all these others, dude, that would come up and kick me on my side, bounce on my head. At one point, I even had somebody straddle me, dude, like that. I was a fucking horse and was just doing the pistons on the side of my head. That's close my eyes and I kind of close my teeth so I could keep my shit intact.
Yeah.
But But it was like that night. All I remember was hearing my daughter go, "Oh my God!" And about that time, it went away. And dude, here's the funny part to it. Come to find out after the fact. So while this is happening, and I hear my daughter, "Oh my God!" A dude from a Domino's that was a chef in Domino's had come out and saw this going down, dude. Homeboy with his little Domino's apron and everything come hauling ass across the parking lot and did like a Superman dive on that dude and just kind of tackled him off the top of me. We all went to jail together. I went to jail for disorderly conduct. See, I actually was telling, I think it was Shad. That's why I get the whole mad at cops things, because like that night, oh shit, man, I got threatened with a taser. Hell, I'm sitting there with one eye and I'm just swole up. I'm pretty jacked, dude. I just took kind of an ass whipping from about, I think the missus said it's either 7 or 9. I always get it mixed up. She corrects me. And, but I was sitting on a chair, man, and the ladies from Domino's come out with the first aid kit and was tending to me. And this one cop walked up and there was a deputy standing about 8 feet in front of me and just straight on, just squared, standing straight up with me. And this other come up, he goes, "Well, so can you identify which ones it was?" And I looked up and they were black people, and this was at night. And I go, "Well, I mean, I can't, I'm seeing it because I'm sitting up on this like ledge of the building. So there's the overhead lights." I'm like, dude, I went to go try to make a move, and that deputy is squared right up, dude. He grabs that taser, and my daughter goes, "What are you going to do? Tase my dad?" And I looked up, and sure enough, dude, that dude was squared up with that taser. He said, "You just need to sit down." And I said, "How am I supposed to ID somebody if I can't even go out there to see them?" Well, meanwhile, the missus swung out of the curve, and she went out and she actually caught some of them ducking behind vehicles. And she goes, "That's the first one right there." And it was that one and that one. And then, so yeah, that's the only reason they went to jail. And then after 2 years of waiting, I never did get my day in court, dude. They knew it. I'd go up there every month. They let us out the next day. And, oh yeah, man, I wanted my day in court. I'm sorry. No, here's how this works, homie. See, I've slept on the concrete floor. I have now spent the last, 35, 40 years of my life going against the grain to that, to never sleep on that concrete floor again. And your ass to just put me on the fucking concrete floor. I want my day in court. Nope. They put me off 2 years. And then they finally told me, that's when I learned how this goes around here. I didn't even know this was how. So these misdemeanor cases, they lock you up, they let you out, disorderly conduct. Well, they don't ever have to address that issue ever again. And after 2 years, it just falls off. So it just falls off. So like kept on my court date, and after that 2 year mark, then they finally go, they said my last name, Mr. So, you're not going to have a court date. It's the time has expired on that case. And I'm like, oh man, no, yeah, we went off for a while. So, I mean, I get it. There's crooked parts, but that doesn't make it all bad. And I guess being on that other side at the beginning of life, I see what's over there. And it's like, if you give into this one all be all kind of mentality, man, you're a guppy in a shark pond, because it's so open and for interpretation. It's just, you got to really learn to. I've been locked up, and I've seen a fucking convict locked up for fucking killing like 5 people. And somehow this is the most respectful, honest person you can, you get to know. Meet the other dude who never did anything but one thing wrong, got busted with an ounce of weed or some shit and ended up in jail. And this is the most thieving little fucker you meet in the penitentiary. So, I mean, you got to learn to just people. It's all about the person.
Yeah.
Kiss off, thump Trump. Hey, what's up, Snooks? I'm sorry, ma'am. Did I not say hi to you? I apologize, Snooks. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thump, thump, thump. There you go. Don't give her credit, though. Okay, don't give her credit. I just went I hit myself. I'm not giving Kiss Off credit. She has not earned it. Poor Chuck. Rescue, hello, I will not be ignored. Well, I'm sorry I did, but it was not intentional, if that makes any difference. And what's up, Joe? I see now Joe is in here, and so that was not intentional.
What's up, Joe?
And actually, I will say, because I just saw Joe's thing about the with for money, and that's true too. But I will say, to be honest, this ride here was my own stupidity. In all honesty, if I had have not and got so mad about that whole man, you just put me in a fucking cell when I've literally made it a point to not come back here. Like other people just do your fucking life. Like I had to make it a conscious effort to not go back to there. I had to change a lot of shit about me to not go back there. I didn't want to be a third timer, man. 3 strikes, you're out. I'd have been to the penitentiary for the rest of my life. You get 2, but that third one, they just go ahead and throw away the key. But if I could have fought that, if with that, I could have easily just overstepped this city and went to the county judge, and that's what I really should have done. Looking back, of course, I learned this after the expirations. The time limits come in, and I don't know, might even still. I thought about talking to some civil rights lawyer, but see, I hate to get into that because it just kind of, I don't know. If I could find a righteous one, it actually was true on what it did, not just one of these ambulance chasers. But I should have gone to the county because that was the city. And I should have just, when I saw they were going to ignore me, but I didn't know that they were actually putting me off for a reason until after the reason got there. And I'm like, wait, what? This shit just goes away after 2 years? What kind of crap is that? So, yeah, they got me. I ain't been there since. Won't go back again. I will say that day will never happen ever again. Even if I opened up a shop and was there, that particular kind of day would never happen again. My son will even tell you a day like that will never happen again. Stay Alive Wednesday. What's up, Metal Spawn? Hey, you know what? I need to, so everybody that's here, if you are here at the Cluckin Alamo, I am very thankful. Welcome to the Cluckin Alamo. I hope you are making it a good day, a good afternoon, a good evening, a good night, if that's where it fits. So I am saying hello to any and all. So if I have missed you, I do apologize. It was not intentional. I'm just involved in some good old conversation with Mr. Maccabeus. So now you know. A poet didn't know it. And Joe says, oh, where'd it go? See, there, it just jumped again. Rescue Mac chat, still waking up. I've had a busy day and needed a nap. That's it. You got to recharge every now and then. It's a clucking good time. Thank you, Savage. What's up, Pat Evans? And I apologize. I don't know if that's on the Mr. or Mrs. side, so I just say welcome, Pat Evans.
Had to put me some coffee on.
Oh, there you go. A little Java. Little coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to heat my water in the pan. My coffee pot quit on me last week. Quit pumping the water. It gurgles and shit, but it's not, it might be plugged or something, but I heat my water in a pan and pour it down through the basket. It actually makes better coffee.
Do you get heavy calcium out of your well?
I've never noticed any.
So you don't notice that on like your faucets or shower head or nothing like that?
No, I've not had any kind of corrosive buildups of any kind.
Because that's what it got. The first few up until here lately, I started paying more attention. I just held work and money. Money was an issue. So when I say money was an issue, I don't mean it in that way. It's just the frame of mind back then. I'd chunk a coffee pot in a minute and just stop by and pick up another one and plug it in and call it a day.
Well, but my drinking water
nowadays, the first one did that, but the second one, we have heavy calcium, and that calcium, because of the way that heat pump works down there to do the gurgle, spit it up, it got such a calcium ring it wouldn't actually seal off to do the pressure, so it would just sit back there and be like, but it never would travel up to come out.
Yeah. This one here, everything's been run through. It's been bottled water. I've never run my personal water through it.
So it just gave up the ghost.
Huh?
It just gave up the ghost.
Since I've been out of the hospital, I just drink purified water. It's kidney cancer that I got, so I'm inclined to think that it was something contaminated water supply or something like that. That's how I caught it.
Now, do you got what they call that chronic kidney disease, or it's kidney cancer? Is what?
No, I have. It's fourth stage kidney cancer. It was my original diagnosis in March.
Did they discover yours as a tumor, Matt, on your kidney, or?
Yeah, yes, I had it. With the first CAT scan I got, there was a tumor on my right kidney the size of a peach, and I had some small nodules, I think they call them, in both my lungs. And that was all. That was all they said at first. And a month later, I got this huge one in my back and a huge one in my hip. 2 weeks later, and I don't know. It's like they can't see anything. I don't know why they can't pick up everything in one fucking MRI or anything, or one CAT scan.
Yeah,
I run around with a busted hip for probably 4 or 5 weeks, and I asked for a X-ray of just my hip, and that was on the 14th of April. And no, it's fine. And yet I had a fractured hip and a fractured femur and had a tumor down there.
Well, I'm kind of wondering about the missus's dad. Then apparently he went and he ended up over at the hospital. They did a hip thing on him, and then he ended up at this rehab places where he's been, and then something about his stomach. Well, they did a scan, and at first she was saying how her mom had said kidney chronic disease stuff, stage 3. And so I looked it up last night, and I was looking at that and stuff. And well, then she said, well, no, mom said it wasn't that. Well, then she actually just a while ago when I first went live, she messed me in. Apparently they have now found a tumor on his kidney. And so I asked her if it was cancerous. She said, don't know. And so I was kind of, that's why when you started talking about yours, I'm like, yeah, would there happen to be a tumor on your kidney? Because that might be what he's got.
Yeah, it's renal something or another. I forget the word.
Well, I don't know. I hope whatever happens with them at least happens quick and doesn't cause the misses too much. That's about the best I can do when it comes to them people.
Yeah. I'll keep her in my prayers.
Yeah, that's, and that's, if I'm not going to lie and say that I do, I should. Those people and one other individual in this world are the only people that I have constant talks with God, because I don't know how to let go of some shit. It just, there's been lines that were crossed, things that were done, and it just, like with them, it's mainly the effect that they've had on my kids, my marriage. So that was that direct impact on my life. Where with the other individual, really didn't do nothing to me, but it's just what he's done. He's a rapist, and to me, he took advantage of my mom. That is her other sibling. And like I told the judge lady from the Board of Pardons of Parole for Texas is if you need a volunteer to put him down, I will volunteer the labor, and I'll even pay for it if that's what it takes. And of course, I got told, no, sir. I said, well, people like that, because that's one of them things, the kids, yes, but like when it comes to grown women and stuff and the rape, because the victim never gets that's it. I mean, it gets called a rape, but it's a life sentence for the victim. I mean, because think about the intimacy violation. So what level of relationship do you have after that? So, and yet this guy gets punished to 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, even 20 or 30. I don't give a shit. You don't need to be here. Like if it's 100% valid, legit, yes, beyond a doubt, you did some of this, the parking lot stuff before damn. No, dude, there's no rewiring you. There's no fixing you. This whole, therapy, fuck therapy, dude. This dude's so far gone. You just now finally saw the extreme he got to. You didn't get there overnight. This dude just didn't flip a switch in a minute, just going, I'm a perverted pervert now. I think I'm just going to go rape somebody. It doesn't happen. He started having these thoughts. He did probably some other shit. You don't need to be here.
Yep.
That victim that you do it to doesn't get a break.
So when your little sentence is up and done in fucking 7 years or 10 years or whatever, well, that woman still has to now. What is she going to meet somebody? What does that do when they're having a really good time at a movie and he just happens to put the arm just right and maybe he reaches up and he does a little flicker on her ear, but that might was the thing that happened at that moment. An instant bam, instant relapse for her. She's now shutting down. Got to process this. Okay, that relationship's going to shit.
Yeah.
But wait, that dude's still getting 3 squares and hot, air conditioned, get to watch fucking Oprah all day, get to go to college, get you a degree. We're not going to worry about the homeless motherfucker over here, dumb as a fucking brick. But since you're a fucking rapist, we need to educate your happy ass. Feel free to help yourself to any education you want. It's all taxpayer funded. What the fuck, dude?
Yep. The whole sentencing guidelines went to shit right after 1968 when they passed the GCA. The problem's not the guns. The problem is they changed the sentencing guidelines. The crimes that used to be violent, heinous crimes, the definition of a felony needs to go back to the punishments that we had 40, 50 years ago. And we don't need to keep pedophiles or rapists alive either. I agree with you on that. They need to die.
You're not wired right. Sorry.
Yeah.
The book even says that you harmed that child, milestone around the neck, chunk him in. So God's even said, "Hey, up there, that one chose a bad path. He went off. So don't even waste your time." That's the way I take it. I'm sorry, I just did not mean to dumb down God's word in a crude way like that. So I don't mean no disrespect, but it's just, come on, man, milestone around the neck, chunk him in the water. Well, sounds like you better not harm a child. And yet, look at where we are. We don't just harm them, man. We pervert them. We take their lives away. Because all this transgender shit just robs them. Once again, there's a lifelong sentence. Why? Because some fucking adult has some weird fetish to live vicariously through a child. And so, hey, let me snip your ding ding off and here, take this. Oh, wait, here, just take your breast off, take these pills. Yeah, you'll never have children again. You'll never be a father. But hey, I'm having fun while I'm here. Isn't that what matters? Oh, you motherfuckers. Sorry, I'm sorry for the cussing, guys. See, I'm hot, and I done got excited earlier, and now that line just gets thinner the more I do, until where all of a sudden that incident kind of helped nudge the lines closer, and that's why I watch the negative shit I put in, because I'll flip a switch. Because I do. I mean, it's easy to get mad. I don't like it, dude. And I don't like when I see people that I would expect to be responsible adults. See, there's a whole nother layer of anger for me, because it's like you see people that you would expect more from, and then you see that their level of participation, and you just want to go, ooh, God dang, really pisses me off. Sorry. And by the way, Mrs. Pat Evans, thank you for being here. I saw that you're a grandma.
That would be one of the things that I would consider the good old days, is back when they had actual sentencing guidelines and a felony was an actual violent, heinous crime. We got so many things that aren't even felonies now as felonies, because they're not violent and heinous. But the things that really are, we need to go back to the old school, hang them on the square, and we shouldn't have to pay for these people the rest of our lives. And they shouldn't get a free ride. And prisons ought to go back to the hard rock piles, the chain gangs and shit like that. Grow your own food.
What was that guy's name in Arizona? Arapaho or some shit, Arapaho or some shit.
Yeah.
Dude, that's it, man. Sorry, pink jumpsuit, change gang. You know what? And that's what I've even said that since, done 2 trips through Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Now that they call it was just TDC back in the day, Department of Corrections.
No, the only thing
I'm sorry, we would have the cleanest state in the union, dude.
The only thing I didn't agree with that Sheriff Arpaio on in his treatment of the prisoners was, when you're arrested, like say you get pulled over for whatever and you go to jail, you go right into that kind of system, and you're still innocent until proven guilty. And I don't think them kind of things should be implemented on somebody just because they're arrested. Once you're convicted,
that's true.
Yeah, I can see the green baloney and the pink jumpsuits and all that.
That's it. Totally down with that. Yeah. Because I will say, man, there's another screwed up area. Innocent until proven guilty. And I get it, and I can go, yeah, see, I'm innocent. But then you do look at some of this really horrific shit and you go, okay, but how do you approach this innocent until proven guilty when these dudes just looked in the door and there's like 5 dead people laying right there, butchered into pieces, and this guy's sitting here with blood all over him and the axe in his hand. And it's kind of like, yeah, you're innocent until we can prove this is guilty, but we probably need to lock you up and confine your ass. You know what I'm saying? So it's, I don't,
Right.
but all this I will say this, non-violent, or not really non-violent, because you can go steal from grandma and basically crush her life. So what's violent then? The fact that she ain't gonna be able to fucking feed herself no more, can't pay her bills, so they're going to, I mean, you just robbed her of everything or whatever. So I mean, that's, but like this, okay, to be honest, even drug possession, you know, if that dude's got the drugs on him and you're now wearing body cams and it's like there, okay, why doesn't he just go to some drug user type facility? Don't lock this motherfucker up with these hardcore fucking criminals that are in there for fucking, you know, door kicking motherfuckers. You're just going to turn this dope head into another door kicker. That's all they do is recruit once you lock them up.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of crimes, just, you know, he needs to, look, dude, keep your shit at your house, which that again, depends on what state you're in. Hell, fuck, what is it, Oregon? You could just sit out in the city park and do a line or do some tabs and just trip out next to somebody's grandkid right next to you. I guess it's legal now.
It's about the same way in Seattle too, and up in there, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah, it might be Seattle too, because yeah, that northwest, man, some of them, and I get it. See, because there's that perversion of the freedoms, because I get freedoms. And you know what? You should be free to have whatever fucking drug at your house you want.
As long as it and the consequences of it stay on your property and in your house.
That's it, because that's where people get this whole perverted view, to my opinion.
It's like,
this is
like meth
my
heads.
little piece of the pie. I should be able to free to do what I want to do. Okay,
It's like,
but when I cross that line, I'm now in the public. I'm in society. That's what my dad used to try to tell me as I was getting in trouble throughout the years. Look, son, when you're at your own house in your own castle, then you do what you can do what you want. But the minute you leave that, you're not at your castle anymore. You're in society.
yeah, that goes for even if you may do your meth at home, but once you leave to go out and burglarize Granny, you just brought your problem out into society, so it becomes society's problem. It's no longer a freedom thing. It's because you're just a piece of shit.
You want to do your tabs? Do your tabs and trip, man. If you're having a good trip, bad trip, but it's your trip on your shit, do you. But to go out here and to turn that loose on just random people, or like these people that you got doing this bent over, I don't know. For me, it's like a Resident Evil look, some zombie shit. These fucking people standing around, shitting on the sidewalks, doing that. I don't know. What do they even call that shit now? Because it's not just crack. Apparently, it's something else that zombies these fucking people out. And it's like, see, how is that legit?
Flacca.
Like, that's bullshit.
Flacca. That was a big thing here a few years ago that made them really zombie-like and just like slamming.
Is that the one that just makes them like they bend over and like they just like some kind of weird mannequin or something?
Yeah. And, well, and they have a violent side too, where they'll just go charging at a vehicle with people in it and slam into the windshield and start trying to tear through it. And I mean, it's really zombie-like with some people.
Oh, fentanyl and tranks. God dang. See, I mean, it just, and what the problem is whenever you look the other way, you're validating it and you're encouraging it. That's why it got worse. It gets worse because it becomes acceptable by not being confrontational, by not wanting to deal with it, by just, oh, well, that's how it gets worse, because more and more and more and more. Next thing you know, look at that San Francisco shit, shitting and peeing on the sidewalk. Yeah. I'm sorry. What about just the moral compass of the person willing to do that? And you don't think society's collapsing out there? And why do you tolerate that? I don't understand these things. It might sound offensive to some people, but that's legitimate shit. Yeah. I got to say, if I could actually ask Gavin Newsom some face-to-face shit, is like, really, dude? So do you really try to sell that this is okay? And then I would love to look at every fucking Californian and go, this is acceptable. Just knowing that this takes place in your state. You're okay with this? Well, but then again, like the latest map even shows there's such a big chunk of it that's red. And then now he's talking about redistricting, which, by the way, just a side note, I did find out that apparently the response to Texas redistricting, well, apparently where Newsom's making it sound like they're going to respond to us. Well, apparently he was doing it before Rabbit started with Texas. So apparently they were already planning on trying to redistrict because they saw how the red went. But it's just, I don't know. Nobody's accountable. And nobody, and that's even self accountability. So when I say that, I ain't just mean politicians. I'm talking self accountability, man. It's like I said it the other day. When was the last time you heard somebody just admit to fucking up? Pardon the French, man.
Yeah.
When was the last time you heard somebody admit that they screwed up and that they, oh, well, man, by the way, I did, man, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, that was so wrong. When did you don't ever hear that no more. You don't ever hear no representation in the shows. No, there's no representation of, oh, I screwed shit up. There are no mistakes. It's they made the mistake or it made the mistake or, but it's never, I just screwed up. And then again, maybe that's growing up in too many different rehabs, drug rehabs, anger management, prison, jail, all that. So maybe I view it that. That's why I look at it. That's why I think take a lot of input as victim kind of talk sometimes is just because that's the back end that I use as perceiving information and thinking what I think. Everybody uses their own raising, their own information they've been exposed to, what environment, what interpretation, what view. That's where you set yours up. I watched that redacted lady. She did an interview with some pastor, and it was apparently on Christian nationalism or something. I think. I don't know, man. Nowadays, everybody's got all these freaking terms for shit. But that pastor, he said something in there, and I think I might try to go find that later and copy it and just share that clip because it was something about where we're at, and and he cautioned. He said, I just would caution people because there's so much distrust with the government that that's where I kind of started thinking about that bitterness and negativeness that information comes from. Okay, you got to go catch what she said, catch a later. Well, okay, catch a later. I don't know who A is, but Metal Spawn's going to catch you later. Now, you throw a Y in front of it, and that means she's going to catch all of us later, and that'll be kind of cool. Make it a good day, Metal Spawn. I appreciate you. I'm just giving you a hard time. I like the redact towards. Yeah. Dude, I used to listen to it at first, but then it's like I could hear this pitch, this lean, and I thought, yeah, and then that's when I kind of stepped away. I just catch little clips every now and then because it'll show up. Because I do the YouTube through the browser on like my PC, and so you get this whole collage of thumbnails. I guess on the phone, I have looked at it on the phone a couple of times, and you just kind of get these big blocks that are thumbnails, but on a computer screen, kind of get these rows of all this shit. Clay and Natalie, yes, ma'am, them. Labels for everything. Well, there's that. I get that, but there's also, labels are identifiers, and it's kind of like going, well, a human being robbed me. Well, can you describe them? No. I don't want to put a label on them and say that they were brown-haired somebody or a blue-eyed person or that they were, labels are also identifiers. What you shouldn't be doing is just throwing labels on like groups of people. Like, oh, because they listen to that, they're this, and hey, man, I'm guilty of it. I will say that there's a lot of times if I hear some of this rap shit, I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. How do you listen to that and still maintain a moral compass? Because some of that shit gets ugly as all get out, dude. And I don't know. And then once again, how do you beat that shit through a neighborhood letting little kids listening to that shit? But then again, if it's cool for you, I guess, whatever. I don't agree. I think it's part of the demise of our society, myself. There, I said it. Hate me now, hate me later. It gives you something to do. Accident can be if someone has put tape. What? Oh, shit. Where'd it go? Rescued is Cherokee. Someone what now? 110,000 troop is for any state. Go civil unrest. Oh, man. Really, Cherokee? I hadn't been working
10,000
hard all this
troops.
time, and now I got to work hard and shit, and I got to go into decipher mode. Dagnabbit.
Did he
So
say
100,
110,000 troops?
yeah, it's a 110K troop is for any state go civil unrest. Are you saying that you've heard he has 110,000 National Guard or troops ready to go if states start to go with unrest, civil unrest? Is that what
Well,
you're?
in that press conference he just had, they said that there was actual DOD and U.S. Army's involved in it, and there were special units from the military that was available if they were needed on the streets. So I don't know exactly what the special units are. I mean, I don't know if it's Delta Force or just say Marines that are trained in civil unrest. You know.
Well, now in DC too, but see, I don't know. I guess I got a weird take on DC. To me, I think that's like the president ought to be. I guess you could call him the mayor of DC. That's our capital, and it's federal land.
Yeah.
And there's actually an interesting thing I found out that they're only like 68 square miles. It was going to be 100, but Virginia got theirs back. That's actually where the Pentagon and shit is. Well, they got that land back, but the other still, that was set aside as federal land for the capital. Well, see, to me, you shouldn't get no senator. You should get no representative. You should get no input on the country. You are just the capital. You're no different than an expanded building that goes out to those limits. So if the president is the president of the United States, that's the capital. He should run the capital. You know, it shouldn't be this. Oh, well, they got a mayor that gets, put in. No, bullshit. And dress that shit up, because I got to say, it should be that, if you are the capital, fix that shit. It shouldn't be part of our capital. We're the fourth most violent, I guess. I don't know, however you want to, but that's DC ranks number 4 in the crimes and shit. So it's like, well, clean that shit up. That's supposed to be, if you got dignitaries come in, you want to take your kids up there and look at historical stuff, you should be safe in the Capitol. Somehow we just made it so nonchalant that it's like, no, in all honesty, it should be, because it should be the example of what happens across the state capitals, and states on their own should be taking care of business. I know I'll be glad we ever pressure wash Austin, boy. Clean that shit up.
I agree that it's our nation capital and they need to clean it up. It needs to be presentable and it should look nice. And we've let it go so far. And I'm saying we as a people, we've allowed all that to go so far. My only concern with the whole thing is that, like, homeless is used as a very derogatory term anymore. And not everybody that's homeless is a drug addict I'm hoping that the people that are homeless and that are legitimately want to try and do better, but they're just get caught in a bad spot in life, whatever. I hope there's some help for them where they're actually going to, instead of just rounding them up and treating them like homeless and I don't even know what they do with the people that are actually homeless. Move them.
Well, yeah, I don't want to treat nobody like shit, and be like that for sure. But I will say, I don't know what it takes to start that process, because it is so polluted, and you kind of got to go. It's kind of like 20 people are in there drowning. Which one do you grab? It's kind of like, right. Oh. And so, because you do kind of, it's not that you don't want to help, but how do you wipe the slate clean and start fresh?
Yeah.
If there's always a group to cater to, so you never actually get that start. You never wipe it actually clean. You're just band-aiding. And so that's, from what he said is like they're coming up with places, but it's just going to be outside of the capital, outside of DC, which to me, in all honesty, it makes sense. But then that's what I see here in my county. We have a county seat, which is the courthouse. Our county courthouse is considered the county seat. And, we spend county tax money to kind of renovate it and keep it clean and landscaped, and we keep it historical, and they've actually taken that whole town down there and tried to do a whole thing for downtown where it collapsed when they put the highway in to restore the history. So that is our capital, and that you shouldn't be, to be honest, you shouldn't be homeless there. Like, you should only be actually there if you're part of all that, the system, basically, the secretaries, the bookkeepers, the people that run the stores, that those people are going to need to shop at. Just, you know, run. And to be honest, so really you shouldn't have homeless there, but you have attracted, then they've intentionally attracted. It's kind of like San Francisco. Yeah. It wasn't laid out that way. That wasn't the intent. You know, LA wasn't designed that way, but they've let them flood in there because it gave them excuses to basically steal money. I mean, let's be real. That's what they want. That's like these illegals. They want you in there. You flood the numbers and they can scam more money.
Yep.
And they were going to consider van life people as vagrants too now. I will say, man, there was some wild shit. And I'm like, holy crap, man. Because here, like, there's some spots still in Texas, like if you're over the road driver, that you can just take an off ramp and park on the shoulder right there, you know. That's what I used to love doing. I didn't like truck stops. I always found me an on or off ramp, and I would always pull over to the shoulder. But that's, man, there was a place, and what was that? I guess that was California, where they're starting some of this cleanup out there in California. But dude, it was like a whole freaking just road full of RVs and motorhomes just parked. And it's like, and that's where they stay. And I'm like, so you just like drive down the road and decided, okay, this is where it is. It's like, man, this ain't the Oregon Trail again. We just don't drive up and park camp and go, well, this is it, part we got. Set up camp. Here's it. Yeah, welcome home. All right, baby, this is the front door. Here's the front yard, kids. Y'all just play away. It's like, what? When did that become a thing? Yeah, that was a trip, dude. Watched that aerial flyover, and I'm like, holy shit, dude. And then this guy's walking up, and it's like half of them, I don't know, apparently that dude could understand them, but matter of fact, this one lady told him going, well, they were going to just go to another town. And so it's like, so wait, you just go pull up somewhere and park and go, okay, this is it. And it's like, I'm sorry, what happened to wanting better in life that you're willing to put in to get out? Like, when did that basic thought input just go away?
Well, I think there's always been a segment of society that just wants to get by. I think that's been around since the beginning of time, since you know, the Earth got over 1,000 people. There's been people like that, I'm sure.
Oh, this is going to be used as an excuse to shove poor people in treatment or prison for just being poor. Well, I mean, I hope not, you know. I mean, I don't know, because then this is going to sound ugly, and it's just, I'm not meaning that way. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. I've been an addict. I've been homeless. So I'm not doing this holier than thou righteous talk. I've slept under a bridge. I've taken showers in the gas station bathroom to try to clean up for work. I mean, I've washed, dude, I lived in prison. I literally would wash my clothes in a damn stainless shitter that I had to keep immaculate, you know, I mean, because that's where you washed your clothes. Otherwise, they wouldn't get washed but once a month. So unless you wanted to live in funk, you had to learn how to clean, you know. So, I mean, I've had it. It's not like, ooh, you just don't understand. I was a meth addict. So I've rode that wave. I was a drunk. I was a pill popper. I grew up doing, man, it for a while. Anything you gave me, just here, you ought to try this, Brian. What is it? Oh, well, I forgot what it does, but it's from pretty good shit. I'll get, you know, I mean, at some point, so like I went through it. When do you need to do something? You know, I stayed at a place in Fort Worth called the Star House, Steps Towards Alcoholic Recovery. And the fucking minute that window opened for me to get out, pew! Hell, I was a teenager growing up in rehabs, down all around Houston, Deer Park, Pasadena, Baytown, all that shit. My mom would ship me off. Somebody would go that. She had had me put in because, oh, yeah, he's out of control. I learned to play the game. Okay, here's what we got. I'm here. Okay, yeah, I got to act like I'm kind of bad about being here. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Wait a few weeks and then start. Here's your spiel. This is what y'all are waiting to hear. Hey, man, I know, so I get the whole sales pitch to make it all sound righteous. I've talked my way out of the ship. That's why all I'm going to say is, from my perspective and my experiences in life, my take on it is get the hell up off your ass and do something. And the minute you can come, I know the minute I hear a story where a person is literally doing it right, going here, slammed in the face. Dude, I'd open up a corner here. You want to come pitch a tent and stay right here? We'll see if we can get you a job right in here. But I guarantee you, the majority, they don't want to sit over there and pull fucking nails out of a board to make a few bucks. And they don't want to go take a bath in that gas station and not spend their money. And here, I'm just going to snack. Let me just stay right here. I'm going to see how many boards can I do today to make more money, save that money. Oh, okay, I'll go get a motel room now. So now I'm going to stay in a motel room. I'm going to do I'm not going to be blowing a lot of money. I'm saving money. I'm eating ramen noodles and fucking macaroni and cheese and bologna sandwiches. I'm making do, but I'm showing up for work and I'm pulling them. I'm staying as late as I can and I'm trying to do as much as I can while I'm doing there. Next thing you know, you crest a line to where you got enough money for that vehicle. Now you got a vehicle and you just keep staying on that point because you don't want to go back in the shit. I want to do anything but go back in the shit. I'll dig a ditches, man. Do you need a ditch dug out? I'll dig a ditch. You want me to chip bricks for you, pull nails from boards? I'll go pick up aluminum cans when I'm off from work. Because I can work my way out of this. And I think somewhere along the way, somebody came along and threw too many fucking fortune cookies in the pool of tranquility, and everybody started looking for the next best thing. And all of a sudden now people seem, from my opinion, just are waiting for this handout, waiting. Well, I'm ready to go to work. I'm ready to go to work. Really? So when did you go look? Well, that's just, oh, okay. So if you say it, there we go. We're all good. I don't know, man, that the excuses, I just can't see. And this is where I guess this is probably why I'm usually just a soul critter that just kind of hangs out to myself because I don't do that victim shit. If it's so bad where you're at, relocate. Go somewhere else to, nope, not a break here. I mean, shit. Hell, people used to actually just hobo across to get out of a place. It's like getting sober. You really need to sometimes people need to change people, places, and things. Well, it's not so it's just sobriety. It might be just way of life, and you need a different way. Then maybe you need to change people, places, and things. And so, sorry, I'm. What's up, Bri guy? I just looked and saw you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if they wanted to relocate, they could. There's some people I'm sure that are in situations where they can't, but that's an option I think for a lot of people if they really want to change something, they can. This is still a big country. There is an economic issue, and a lot of more people are becoming homeless or living in their vehicles. And I just run across an old man's channel yesterday, Outlander or Outsider, and he ended up selling his house and bought a camper, and he bought a $2,000 box truck that run so he'd have a place to store his stuff. And he's living off Social Security, and I'm going off guessing he's telling the truth about his life. He's an older guy, clean cut, and that don't mean anything nowadays either. But I think he was being honest about his situation, and he's not exactly homeless, but his standard of living has been dropped down. And once you're on, it's like I'm on disability now, and I'd rather be out working. Honestly, my disability, $1,400 a month, doesn't. That's not even 1 week's pay if where I was at 2 years ago. I could go out over the road and be making $2,500 a week, having my hotel paid for, all my food and everything, and living pretty good, And
well, that's my saving grace too, Mac, and because I'm on that, and my saving grace is that this place is all paid for. So when it actually comes to the actual way of life, is an electric bill. So
Same here.
it's like, okay, so, and I get it, because sometimes I let that come out, like, but I mean, it's like Joe was saying something about the money and the cost of one check, and I get it, man, because I will say some of the shit I've heard, some of, not you, Mac, but some of y'all, and where y'all live up north, and the money y'all talk about and the bills that y'all talk, I'm like, see, my head can't even get around it. But it was that way even growing up. We used to say that about California, because you'd hear people, or then as I got older, I'd go over there, and hell, I'd tell the missus, man, when I was driving a truck, I used to have to go over Sony and do Sony loads, and I wasn't allowed to stop in California because of the cost of those electronic loads. That was at the back, in the computers coming on and shit, and so there's so much of that shit moving around. And I used to make a point to make sure and leave here with groceries in my refrigerator, because, man, you'd get over that way and the price of milk and bread and shit, and I'd be like, holy shit, man. And you listen to like the taxes and people paying thousands of dollars worth of taxes, which I don't know the status of their house. I mean, I guess if you got some kind of 12-bedroom mansion on, 120 acres, and I guess, but I don't know. But, it's like relocate, like, I don't know. Hell, Joe, come down here. Come down here, and you find places. It's like you can rent a place, $500 a month. You get you a little small 1-bedroom house, little bitty yard kind of thing, rent house, $750 rent. Some of these people want $850 for all bills paid kind of thing. And it might be a 5th-wheel trailer with the canopy cover built over it. And so it's kind of like a trailer house that's just a camper house. But there's places around here, because if you get around the lake, and this is an unincorporated county. So see, once again, there's the difference in the areas. The cost of living changes depending on where you are.
Yeah, the cost of living is a big factor too. My gas prices are ridiculous, and that irritated me in that press conference, because he said the national average was $2.40 a gallon, and it's usually cheaper here in Missouri than it is a lot of places. My gas was $2.72 on the 20th of January, and it's at $2.84 right now, and I think that's just totally unacceptable.
Which I will say, anybody that heard me say, come on down here to Joe and stuff, if you come down here, just look, come down here for better shit, not to bring the shit with you.
Yeah, that's why I don't encourage people to move to my area. I hear a lot of these people on YouTube, about move to northern Arkansas or even Missouri and stuff. I don't get on YouTube and tell anybody they need to move this state. Too many outsiders. We've had a lot of California, New Yorkers, even Ohio and Pennsylvania people that have moved here, and the land's fairly cheap here still, even compared to the average in a lot of these places. And they bring their politics with them. They may vote red, but I mean, they're cop callers, and you drive down the gravel road slow and they'll call the cops on you. And that's not the way it used to be around here. They just bring in their whole mentality and their whole mindset, Back before weed was legal, I had the sheriff's department come out several times when I was out just cruising back roads, because somebody had called me in for driving slow on the gravel, and I could have easily went to jail for the weed if I'd have got caught. And I just think that's uncool. People bring their politics and their way of thinking to areas like this, and you need to, just like immigrating here to America, people need to learn to assimilate. Instead of coming in and trying to change everything to the place you came from. It's the same concept.
Well, that's what I said about here. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't get it. So people turn off up there and they wind down this fucking road. Sorry, said drop the F-bomb. I done lost all patience for the day, I think. So you turn off the damn road and you come in here and you drive around, and every one of them talk about how, oh man, it's just a cool little area. Look, y'all's lakes, and this is awesome. It's just kind of tucked out here in nowhere. This is awesome. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty nice. And then they come in, and next thing you know, it's like, well, gosh, is somebody going to fix that? Or who's going to fix that? And it's like, yo, slow your roll, dude. No. This is all private shit. We don't want nobody to come in here and start laying down no shit and stuff. But they all want to come bring their city shit up here, and then all of a sudden they want the city life. And it's like, well, what the hell did you drive through thinking it looked so cool and cute for? And then you want to change it. And if you want the shit that where you came from, just stay where the hell you are.
Yeah. On the homeless issue we was talking about a while ago, um, something I would like to see implemented with some organization and some control on it is maybe around some of these cities where there's a big problem, investing into a plot of land where these people, if you're homeless, tell them they can't be living on the street. So provide a place like the CC camps they used to have back in World War II or back during the Depression, where people could go and there's you're free to come and go as you want, but you grow your own food, and give them a position of becoming sustainable on their own, but provide them with the resources to do so. And, I think that would go over a long ways to help a lot of people.
Well, we need to go back and I, because I was even just kind of reading some back of what Joe and Tiger, were saying. And see, I get, okay, so it's like, and this is just when growing up. So you went and you got a grocery store, a department store, a McDonald's fast food restaurant, a waiter type, cook stuff. Not to diminish, I'm not diminishing from any of these jobs, but there were some people, and it was when I was growing up, was on the fewer side, were the ones that would choose to follow those paths to become like, the Whataburger manager or, this grocery store manager or move into that food chain. But the majority, those were stepping stone jobs. But see, these were kids coming out of different homes that were being taught morals and values and were looking for just making money so when you try to inject that type of lifestyle into a homeless thing, you're not ever going to make enough at a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or a Dollar General or hell, unless you get into a Walmart and just really put yourself 110% into that company and try to excel however you needed to up that food chain and become like the assistant manager or something, you're probably not existing on that paycheck alone. I know when the missus used to work in the cell phone division back in a Walmart, her checks were just her money to spend, but we didn't also count on it to sustain the home. But then see, this is also, I think part of the addressing the homeless problem is one, because that word is just it. The word apparently applies to anybody that doesn't have an address. You're homeless. And it's kind of like, okay. And it's like, well, some people totally want to be. Like I can still look, I remember seeing this interview through one of these little thumbnails and some dude's interviewing this dude out in California. And, he's sitting there, he's all chilling. And the guy's going, what kind of, he said, I'm okay with it. And the guy's going, well, what about, don't you worry about, not having, he goes, why? He said, I have a phone. I get money on this card. I go right down there and I get food and look at my scenery. Look at my thing. And if I need a new tent, the Red Cross will give me a new tent. And I'm like, holy shit. Yeah. I mean, what do you do if you have that mentality that's attached to the word homeless? Because they're not trying to work their way out. They don't want nothing to do with that, but they're part of that crowd. So that's where that chore of separating those, you got to just, you're getting the fucking fire hose. Get out of here, dude. Okay, now let's see what's your situation. Okay, let's get you some medical condition. Where you at medically? Okay. Then give a person a hand up, Yeah.
Well, that's why I think a camp where people could go of their own free will to raise their own food or whatever, I think that would be a good way to separate people off right there. Then you got a way to deal with the people that are out there just to milk the system and be lazy and, whatever their issue is. The mentally ill, there's a lot of mentally ill on the street that are, and I'm not one of these victim kind of people, but I think there's a lot of mental illness that gets overemphasized in people anymore. But there are legitimate mentally ill people out there, and find a place for them to go. If you have to court order it, whatever. I'm not into the whole confinement thing either, but You know, if you're not able to take care of yourself and you're just mentally ill, then somebody needs to step in and take care of your situation. You know. But I see the whole mental illness thing way overplayed nowadays from what it was 40 years ago. There's so much ADD and ADHD, and everybody's a victim of their own head.
Sorry,
Are
I'm
you still
echoing.
there?
Yeah, I just looked and saw my battery on the tablet is a sliver, and I'm like, oh shit, I wonder if this will work on my phone then, and I'll put it on my phone. I think it will. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I got two of you. I can see on that one. The other one's been locked up since the beginning.
No, it's probably because I came on with this one. Now I got to figure out how to. Okay. I think that just worked. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can actually see you too.
So
A lot
now
of
you can
times
see
when I
me?
get on panels on Shad's, at least half of the screens will lock up on me early in logging on, and some of the people I can see their movements and stuff, and other people's just locked up in whatever position he was in.
Damn, the only thing that sucks is I can only see like one comment at one time. Can I scroll any? Yeah. And I will say, you know, and just because I will say this real quick, the part of the problem is also going to be that's where that kid talk comes in, because it's to try to fix anything right now means shit if we're not raising the next wave to pick that up too.
Right.
Like, come up with the solution. Wow, check it out, man. San Francisco, LA, New York. Look at this, man. Seattle, Oregon. Wow, this is cool, man. All the homeless, and then 10 years from now, we've cycled through two other presidents, and a lot of things have just changed hands, and it's a different view. And now people don't give a shit, you know, to hell with your ass. And all of a sudden you end up with 10 times more than you had.
Yeah. Yeah, things could very well end up that way very easily.
And this is weird. Last comment I see, I hadn't even seen another comment move since Huckleberries. Everyone's effed up.
Yeah, but that's where mine is. Oh, there we go. Rabbit just said something.
Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, Rabbit. You know, and that's it. And I get it. People will hear what I say, and I, you know, this is the problem with the internet. It gets taken, like, I'm not saying you're taking it personal, but people will take things and I don't. I just, you know, it's, man, people can reflect on it, and if you're doing it, that's awesome. There you go. But if you're not, or it's a little slipping some, then maybe this is just the kind of you know, I'm like the conscience guy on your shoulder, and it's kind of like, oh yeah. And then maybe, who knows, maybe now you don't drop the F-bomb as much around kids. You don't drop the B word or the C word, which I find so disrespectful. But then again, I love my mother, I love my wife, and I love my daughter and my granddaughter. So I guess I respect women too much. Oh wow, there was so much more to the chat. I just went to go, well, did anything get said? And man, all of a sudden it just shot by, and there was a brrr, and I ended up with Pat Evans with 420 high. Nope, I don't take anything personal. Gotta scroll up now.
Yeah, mine loaded up a bunch all at once too.
New law restricting cell phone use. Questions, man. My God, kids, they have phones. Oh, okay, so I see Cherokee doesn't seem like he's too, or is that Cherokee? Why isn't it showing me a name? There it is. Yeah. Yeah, Cherokee isn't happy about that bill, apparently, with the phones in the schools. You know, he looks at it from his goddaughter having a way of communication if a bad guy shows up. And I get that. Now let's see, what is this? Rescue. I'm gonna get going. Got to go back outside during rain break to feed up again. All righty. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Carolina Country Homesteading. Y'all make it a good day. Thanks for hanging out.
Have a good one.
Yeah, what am I at? 3.5 hours?
I ain't in no hurry. I got my coffee made, so
This is kind of weird on my phone. Yeah, I wonder if this thing, I wonder how long YouTube would stuck it down. If I ran the chat through YouTube. Let's see, can I put this in there? Hell, the damn, my other phone used to ride in this thing. I forgot the brand name. You'd recognize it if I told you. It's one of the phone holders for the handlebars and shit. And got the little knobs like this, and they expand out, and then they come and pinch on the phone. I used to have it mounted on my bars on my Heritage. God dang, some more, whole much more shit. Look, oh, Rabbit's, he's fixing to get back to drywalling.
have a good one, Rabbit.
Pat, I think Miss Pat's gone. She's saying 11 blessings to all. Yes, ma'am. Make it a good day. Rabbit, you make it a good day, brother. Okay. Tiger says, see you, Rabbit. Wonder if it's where am I at? 6%. Three. Look at there. Okay, now I need to go get. Yeah, I need a change in my chat. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. There it is. All messages. Okay. Now, wonder how long it'll last, but I can see. I can see clearly now. Oh, no, I can't. Now you're going to go dark on me? Or are you shitting me? Oh, you suck. I guess not enough power to do it. I got a brief look at chat and then it dimmed right out on me. Ooh,
Yeah, it's almost 4:20 here where I'm at.
It's Savage says rescue. Thank you. Right on, Savage. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Kiss off. I seen you kick Rabbit out. Almost 4:20. That's my motto. I'm having to go through damn near line by line. Not me ready to go back to work. I'm being good. Okay, well, look, let's not. You could have just stopped with he chose to go back to work. You didn't have to start lying. There was no reason for that. Gets off trying to be good. That's when we know that the aliens have got her. She's been replaced. Man, come on. What did it do? Did it just put that on the screen? It did. So I don't know how to get that off the screen. Hide on screen. Did I do it? There we go. Man, I don't know. This is so weird.
Here's one of the projects I'm working on. I got a couple things to do to it, then get it shipped out. I made this for Joe Morgan. It's a quick draw sheath for a buck 110.
Oh, hell yeah. Man, I wish I could put you full screen, but I can't even begin to see where to do that on the phone.
Let me try to hold this better. I'm not exactly centered up with my body, I guess. All right. Can you see that?
Hell yeah. Yeah, a little bit, but I'm sure they can, Mac.
That's a buck 110 pocket knife, lock back. And it opens it up as you pull it out.
Hell yeah.
And you have to have it. Help me get my camera up fucking straight. You have to have it like that, slide it back into the sheath like that.
Oh, and you can hear it click.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I cut the. I didn't have like a vinyl bushing or anything in the top of one of my little screwdrivers that comes with my Chicago screws. I cut it off and drilled a hole through the center of it and made a bushing to go right here at this spot where the blade slaps against. That way it's not doling your blade up.
Ah.
I didn't invent that design. They're online, different places. I just took the picture and kind of figured out how to do it.
Hey, damn handy, Mr. Repurposer.
Well, that
You
one's
old
actually
hoarder, you.
yeah. That
Can't
one
believe
there's
it.
actually made out of new leather and new Chicago screws. Everything's new on it.
How funny is that? You hoarder.
Yeah. I don't mind being a hoarder.
That's it. Yeah.
I know when my neighbors need something, they need a plumbing fitting or some screws or something, they'll stop by here before they drive 25 miles to town to see if I got it.
See, that's what's funny, man. If you saw some of the shit around here, but see, that used to be the thing back then. And it was because back when the house got first built, there wasn't hardly shit around. So, like, you kind of brought stuff, we might need. And so, like, there's drawers, there's boxes. Matter of fact, there's old cookie tins. And inside the cookie tins, there's goofy shit, dude. Like the little attachments for screen doors that have the little plastic wheel on them. And so there's replacement little spring rollers for the patio doors. There's the washers for the handles on the faucets, which we don't have the faucets anymore. It's been replaced, but they're still around. It's all the extra little gaskets, the extra little washers for, look, we got the Dearborn heater. Well, you might need a little gas valve and some gaskets and some, so that's all around here. I don't know how many sink hoses. I think there's probably a half a dozen sink line type things around here. You used to just kind of have it, and you had that was your spare parts, because, hey, man, you didn't know if you needed them. And sometimes you might want to get two of that, because that way, if that one goes out, you can replace it, have a backup, and it gives you time to replace that. And matter of fact, see, there's part of the old days. We stopped kind of raising our kids, because I'll say, hell, now mine, I guess, watched it, but I don't remember actually teaching them, and kind of going, look, you want to always stack stuff and always keep extra. So you always kind of got it that way. You don't get in a pinch. And that's why sometimes when I say that, we don't do it, it's not that I'm like, oh, he's perfect. No. This is self-reflection is how I've got this. I get it.
We became a throwaway society. We've just, the last 30 years, we've learned to throw things away, including people. Yep. We're just real quick to do it. I used to go down to the city dump up here in our county seat, and there's only a little over 1,000 people in that town. And I'd go down to the city dump, but where all the metal stuff gets dumped. And at least once a week, I could get at least a push lawnmower or a tiller from down there. I mean, it was common. And I'd bring them home, and it was usually either the points needed cleaned or the carburetor needed cleaned or something like that. And I'd get it running and turn around and sell it for $50. In 2008, that all changed. I started seeing less good stuff like that taken to the city dump.
Well, yeah, just, we got to recycle, throw it away, the new model. Companies are all about it, man, because it's like, I still at the car company. Yeah, they were building, it's like a 350 block, because a 350 block is still the same 350 block.
Yeah.
So, but what you did is you changed everything that used to last, because people weren't buying as much and you wanted to make more money. So you make them disposable. Well, then that just bleeds over. And of course, the customers that are buying and using these things are doing the same thing to their homes. Yeah. They're slowly, now you're breaking away the dinner table meal. You're breaking away that little weekend time down at the lake, just the family. You're starting to outsource it to different entertainment forms. And you just, next thing you know, here we are. And you got people that don't. It's like, what do I need that for? Hey, you got people that don't even want to own a home. It's like, what's the point? You don't really own it. Damn, man, chat had gone by so much, I don't even know what all I missed. Man, here's the bottom line, guys. Look, the if you're here, there's 30 of y'all. I'm so sorry. If you're saying something directly to me, and I would like to kind of blow smoke up your ass and tell you that, hey, I'll go back and I'll look and, I'll try to see what you said. And I would like to say that, but then that would be blowing smoke up your ass because, for one, I don't ever go back and look at myself. Can't stand to hear myself. So that probably won't be happening at all. So ain't no point in telling you it's going to. But I don't mean to ignore you neither. So I know I went to scroll and boy, that thing kept going and going and going. And I was like, holy shit, I don't even begin to know what was said. Let's see, people would actually learn to fix it. Yeah. Well, see, and that's that dumbing down of the populace, because then it's like your kids won't have a desire to want to go to shop class and learn how to do that because we'll just go to IKEA and buy another cabinet. I don't even know how to build a cabinet. That was one benefit I will say for the social media stuff, as far as like with YouTube, was the do-it-yourself kind of videos, because that is, at least that keeps it in the game, son. It hadn't fully been handed over because some of these kids and young people might be going and looking at me, oh, check that out. Hell, I actually even used it. I used it to look at how the Mrs. window came apart. I just figured I'm sure somebody's recorded it. So sure enough, somebody's recorded taking that door apart. That's all I needed to see.
Oh yeah, you can find about anything like that on YouTube now.
And see, and that's a good part of it, but it's you can't hand it over to them. That's the one thing me and my daughter talk about with my granddaughter. Luckily, little man's not there, and my son talks like he won't be. My son's going to keep him outside, so that's good. But man, this is where life's happening. You know what? You want to go put in a few decades outside, boots on the ground, and then fine. Now go sit inside. You probably won't want to by then, but give it a couple of decades outside. This is just where life's at.
Yeah.
And I will say, the more I see and hear stories of and see how people are within their areas, I'm just ever more grateful. I don't live in the city, and I want to say I actually was thinking about that because I think the last time I actually lived in the city was for like 2 months with my first wife, and we stayed with my mom. My mom had an apartment down outside Houston where she used to go and stay when she was on shift at the unit, and she would stay there. And if she wasn't, well, we stayed there for 2 months till we got us a place. We got us a place, and I kept that job for about 4 or 5 months, and then we moved from the city and moved back up this way. And that was whenever I was actually a counselor, and I went to work at this halfway house. So we made the move down there. Dude, I went in there and that place was so fucked up, and there was so much just. See, once again, I'm the same asshole I was back then when it comes to that, because I just, man, once you go through something, it's hard to hear about a bunch of I can't, oh move, you know what I'm saying? It's like where you came from, Mac. I mean, look at what you've been through. So now if you come here and you're going, oh no, I just got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Oh, and that's all you ever saw me do, man. You're gonna be like, yo, dude, there's more to life than that. You've been there. You walked it. And so when you go through shit, you just kind of, it's like, it's hard to kind of look back and people that are into the whiny mode and be like, oh, yeah. I mean, and I did it first. I started out, man, it's like any other person that gets sober or clean or something. You're going to save the fucking world. Pardon the F-bomb, but I get it.
And that's when I first, before I was diagnosed, I was hurting. I mean, I've been through a lot of pain in my life, emotional, physical, you name it. I've always gotten up and went to work. I'm not one that lays out of work. I show up before, no matter if I'm sick or hurting or whatever. Very few times have I ever called in. And I was telling people, because my doctors was saying I had drug-seeking behavior, they was giving me meloxicam and gabapentin, and it wasn't helping anything. My rib up around through here and down my spine hurt so bad I couldn't lift a gallon of milk. And people were telling me like I need to get a hold of my bootstraps and give me examples how they got up and just went busy with it. And then once I got diagnosed with cancer, people realized, oh, old Mac's not fucking just some pussy out there. He's actually a fighter and a survivor. The mentality's there. It's always been there. But I'm gonna tell you that pain from that tumor in my spine, it was about to kill me.
Oh, dude, I'm down with that, dude. I get you, and that's
I went to the doctor for 3 months, and for the pain, that was the only reason I was going, because I was eating 3 ibuprofen, 3 Tylenol 6 times a day. When I finally went to the doctor, it was making me sick in my stomach. And then for almost 3 months at the doctor, having them tell me I had drug-seeking behavior. And then she had to read the CAT scan and tell me I had cancer over the phone. She had to eat a lot of crow after that. I've been to the hospital because I kept telling her I'm losing mobility in my left leg. I said, it feels like my legs broke, my hips broke, and that she called the ambulance on me. And they come and got me, took me to the hospital. I was down there in the ER for 6 hours, and that was the conclusion they came to, that I had drug-seeking behavior and I was taking too many meds. They had me on hydrocodone 500s, and I said I was taking too many. That's not that strong of a pain pill. And I have had to sit around for some time on jobs and stuff where I sat a lot, and my muscles didn't just wither up and go away. And I get a little irritated at the whole system and people, because I was legitimately fucking hurting. And I am a grab my bootstraps and get up and get busy with it kind of person. And it about put me completely down. I've never been through that kind of level of pain. I mean, I've been shot, stabbed, had the shit beat out of me. My second wife and 18-month-old daughter were killed by a drunk driver. I went through 4 years of some of the deepest, darkest depression, and I've stood on my feet throughout everything I've been through my life. And that tumor in my back, the cancer hasn't really bothered me. The kidney shit and the lung shit, the one in my back literally about put this old man down.
No, that back was an eye opener for me. Yeah. There's so much that hinges on that. You don't even realize. It's like, all I wanted to do is move my foot over a little bit. Oh no, believe it or not, it centers all back there too. It's like, I'm just sitting here. Yeah. Oh, I see, but that's just it, Max. See, there's the good old days. The good old days is what produced you.
Yeah.
See, because you don't see that in other people. Instead, it's, I don't know, a lot of I can't, or and but you can. You can, if you put your mind to shit, you can do shit.
Yeah. I grew up the outcast. There were 6 of us kids, and I was the outcast of the kids. There was years on birthdays I didn't get shit for my birthday while everybody else. And I'm not. That is not a boohoo moment for me at all. But as a child, I didn't understand and was like, wow. But my point is, my whole life has been like that, and it's built me to be a survivor. I don't have any emotionals as far as feeling sorry for myself at all. I've always, if I ain't got it, I'll make it, or I've walked to town, 13 miles to town to get gas before from right here where I live. And I don't know anybody besides me that would actually walk to town to get gas when it's like 99 degrees out.
No, not no more. And that would happen back in the day, but it was usually far and few between, because, you learn from your mistake, and it was like, yeah, okay, I better make sure I got the gas. Hold on. Start chasing the FedEx truck. You gotta stop scaring the FedEx people. Well, seeing it, and you probably didn't hear a lot as you're going through a lot of this through your life, Mac. The poor Mac, oh Mac, oh gee, you just, I mean, maybe I wouldn't think so. I know that through mine, I didn't. At first, my wife started to be a little sad, and I finally told her, look, man, you can't keep doing that. Well, I just, if I can get it, and I'm not fixing to turn into where you're going to hand in weight on me. Well, you sure you don't want help taking a shower? No. I'll let you know. I would I cannot do something for myself, I will let you know. And then now she's like totally okay with it. She just waits for me to say something. It took her a little bit. Girl
What's the
says
pain?
Maccabeus, 25 years on pain meds, and they took me off, but I'm not having surgery. Oh, there you go. Well, if you that's a call you got to make, Miss Cheryl. Echo said strength and endurance, right? What's up, Echo? By the way,
If I hadn't end up going to the doctor when I did, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure of that. The day I went down for the emergency consultation on the tumor in my spine, I had the MRI on Friday. My doctor called me 2 hours later and said, "Get ready. You need to go to Kansas City now." And I said, "I can't leave right now. I got a dog. I can't just up and bail." And she set up this consultation with a spine surgeon for Tuesday. And so I went the night before. I fell twice, and the morning that I went down there, I fell twice, and I couldn't even walk. I had to crawl out of the second story down my stairs, and my stairs were like 14 inches. I didn't build them for the short-legged man that I am or any situation. I built them with what lumber I had, and so they're like 14 inches high, And I made it all the
you
way
weren't
down to the
thinking
ground.
about going through this when you built them, were you?
Right. And my ground floor is dirt, and I went all the way out of here. I literally slid out of here on my ass till I could get outside and get my walker. And I was able to get up, and it still took me, I bet, 10 minutes to get from here 55 feet down to my car on my walker. I had to stop, and I got a couple things I can sit on. I had to stop and give myself a break during that time.
What's up, Moonchild? Wasn't like that, Moon. That's it.
I'm glad I went through it all. People say they hear stuff like that and say people are crazy and there ain't no way, but I'm glad I went through it all. I really am.
Well, and it just goes to show you God works, man, in weird ways. And the funny thing is people keep trying to figure it out, and it's like you ain't gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
That the hell, right here, I think some people were still hanging around. Most of that, I think if anybody remembers, I had to go to the hospital. I was on the verge of fixing to die.
Yeah.
And it was sepsis.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I sat here and I kept getting weaker and weaker. And the missus finally goes, I'm taking you. I'm taking you. And she did me. And then that's when they were like, holy crap. And then I didn't realize how bad I was. And I forgot I had to spend a couple of days, I think, in the hospital. Because all of a sudden they were like, yeah, if you hadn't shown up when you did, you probably wouldn't have made it another day.
Yeah.
I had been on my chicken noodle soup regimen for like a year and a half or some shit. I had been depleted from so many vitamins and minerals I did the low sodium. So my sodium was just like damn near non-existent because I was always worried about, sodium, don't want to do sodium. So low sodium chicken noodle soup, low sodium crackers, well, got bad. And then I'm like, damn. And see, I hit my depression part that I just got through going to. That was part of the reflection too. Was like, man, why couldn't I have should I try that again? I'll just start doing chicken noodle soup and I'll just kind of go off into the sunset. And then that's to see my faith always puts that in check. And then that's where God reached down and kind of was like, oh no, you're not going there. And I get it. It sounds kind of crazy getting to talk about these conversations with a creator, but it's funny how life works, man. That's all I can say. This little journey we spend down here on this ball of dirt.
Yeah.
Wild ride. But it does, see, that's where what does it, like the events you go through will make you stronger. And that saying gets used a lot, what doesn't kill you just makes you stronger. And that's true. And I totally agree. But you got to learn from what you do. You learn from these things. And then that's where that energy and that drive and strength and fortitude comes from.
Yeah.
It's because you learn. And it's even if it's just learning that you can do it. Okay, no, I know if I persevere just a little bit, I'll get through this. That's how I achieve so much shit throughout the day. I rely on God and go, you got this. I'll do it. And I just don't focus on how bad I feel. Now, some evenings I go in there and, oh man, I kind of go through my little pity party there for a little bit because I kind of Everybody gets to a peaking point. You got to do your whining and moaning and shit, and I do. Sometimes the missus will kind of walk back there, and she'll go to do it. She'll never mind, and she just leaves because it's like, yep, I'm just god dang it. And I'd get to talking to the screen. I'll just talk to the floor. Because I get it. You got to vent, but I can't stay there, man. Because that's where I was every day. It sucks. If I were to have to judge how I'm fixing to act throughout the day based off how I feel, then that's it, dude. I mean, you might as well lock me up because I'm a psycho nut because I hurt every day, all day. And I think maybe that's where some of the patience comes from when you kind of learn how to tolerate people and a little bit better, which I know it probably appears like I don't, but I really do. In my eyes, I tolerate a lot more than I think I would have. So I think I'm doing a really good job. Other people might think, Rescue doesn't tolerate shit. Oh, no. Well, then you just missed the mark in my eyes because I think I'm tolerating a lot of shit. But I don't know. I guess if I didn't think, go ahead, Mac. Sorry.
I feel like I've done a lot better as I've gotten older about tolerating stuff.
A different perspective on things.
Yeah. I know what to get involved with and whatnot. I got the wisdom to know that some things aren't worth getting wrapped up about and other things are.
Well, I used to think that, and I pretty much was in real life. Now, the digital world, it was a learning curve, and I can't say that I've learned it still. Who knows? There might be something I've missed, but yeah, the digital, because it is weird. And that's me and the missus were talking, and because it's like right here, right now. So I'm talking to you and I see you, so I can see, I see the facial behind what you're saying and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But other people, it's a name and then there's some text.
Yeah.
So really, as you're reading that text, it's going to depend on your perception. What mood are you in? How are you taking that in? Are you looking at it from their perspective or from your own experience?
And if they didn't comma in the right spot or something, the English language can be read different ways sometimes. Just the verbiage, it's how it's broke up. And misunderstandings can happen real easy off words on a screen.
Oh, man. You come in and you go, well, kiss my ass. Okay, well, wait a minute. If like Mac in real life, and that this is just this greeting he does, well, then see, when you read that, you don't think nothing about it. It's like, there's Mac. What's up, Mac? If you don't know who Mac is, and you happen to be in a very anxious, emotional little mode, whether it's something online in an argument or something in real life with an argument, but then you read that and it'll catch you off guard, and all of a sudden it's like, what? Who do you think you are, man? And then all of a sudden there's the emotional reaction. And when you really break it down, off of nothing you just reacted to something you just made up in your effing head. And that's that's the digital world is so. Because, you just gotta, you can read the name, you can read the words, and you formulate the person you want to see behind those words.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to disrespect anybody in chat when I say this part, but it's like a 1-900 number, dude. You're calling them and you're listening to this voice and you're envisioning the person that's saying that shit to you. That most of the time, what was proven as things came out was that wasn't the kind of person you were talking to.
Yeah.
Well, see, and then all of a sudden here we are on a digital platform, and you read stuff, and if you start having this, you're reading this particular type of text, and really, man, it's all based off of what you think in your head because you really don't know. Hell, look at Kiss Off. She comes in here and tells me that, she loves being here and she likes being here, loves listening to the conversations. But for all I know, she's sitting here beating the shit out of Chuck with a mop handle right now, tied to duct tape to the damn kitchen chair. Like, oh, look, Kiss Off, she's so sweet. Look, meanwhile, she's whacking the shit out of Poor old Chuck, duct tape to the kitchen chair. Takes break to say something sweet and nice, and everybody's like, "Oh no, kiss off wouldn't be mean." Echo says, kind of like the old boot that needs new soles, cracked and worn, still broke in for a good old ass kicking the ass when needed, right? See, and hell, look at there, bootmakers and the shoe guys. We used to just resole your boots.
Yeah.
You'd wear them out. Why'd you wear them out? Because that's what you did. You bought shit and it lasted and you wore it out. And then you went and you're like, well, I don't want to put on new ones. I'll go get a resole. Now, man, who resole? Just buy another pair. Hell, man, you know what? Now that's one thing we noticed with I think it was her other car. Yeah, it was the other car because then she got this Nissan Rogue. The other car, dude, it got totaled. Just that insurance company showed up and said, "Oh no, we're totaled." It's like, really? And I mean, it had a little damage to the front where she had hit the deer, but it wasn't like trashed. And it's like, nope, totaled. And seeing now it all makes sense because they just want you to just get rid of it. What the hell, calling me bootlicker now? Who called you a bootlicker? Yeah, like that wasn't obvious. You almost even drove into the ditch, dipshit. Um, I don't know what the hell she's talking about now. She's talking about being a bootlicker. I don't know. Who called you a bootlicker? That's usually only saved for the retard. They're the ones that use that word. I hate that word. I think that's just, oh, that's one of those. Well, it's too complicated for me to just actually hold a person accountable for their actions. I just need to grab everybody that ever put on a uniform. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, I guess now I just look at it as, yep, sorry that life has sucked so bad for you that you can't view good ones from bad ones. I mean, I've responded to scenes and I've seen good ones and I've seen bad ones. I've had the experience with bad ones. Hell, right here in this house. I went to jail inside this house one day, and man, the missus looked at me going, "What?" Because I gave her my paycheck, still in an envelope. She goes, "What's that for?" I go, "You're gonna need it for bail." Why are you gonna need bail? Because I'm fixing to go to jail. Why are you gonna go to jail? Because that dude's gonna take me to jail. Well, wait, what? Why? Because he just told me to shut up, and I'm not fixing to shut up in my own freaking living room. So this dude's about as stupid as a brick. And sure enough, he stands up and cuffed me and off to jail I went. It all got dismissed 2 days later, but But oh wait, that means every deputy that's it. No. See, but then again, I have in-laws that literally made my life shit. Why? Because they go, you know what, Brian? We liked you just fine till we found out you'd been to prison. People don't change. Oh wait, what? Now, I didn't even know I was alive in that moment. It don't matter. People don't change.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've made my life miserable because you've applied that stupid bootlicker mentality to that. I'm just like every other convict that's ever been. And that's so far from the truth. So to me, that's where the bootlicker thing falls. Bootlicker falls into our vets coming back and people lining up calling them baby killers and shit.
Yeah.
So you heard some news story about our military. And so now all these guys coming back are pieces of shit because, see, to me, that's where that rhetoric goes. Bootlicker. What? Do you know him? He's wearing them clothes. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
Because that's what it comes down to. I mean, you don't know the deputy in my area. You don't know the cop here. You might see something somewhere, and you're applying that to everybody that wears those clothes. So you're really becoming that much of a moron to go, well, anybody puts on them clothes, well, they're bad. What? What? Stupid. Get back over here. Stop barking at people. They ain't even around this damn yard. Huckleberry called me that. Oh, no, he didn't. I scrolled up. Nobody said that. You just reached over there and picked up a word trying to trigger people. Some damn emo senior citizen. I see how you are. One day I think I'm going to pick on her too much and she's going to go off on me. Man. So one.
Yeah, our whole society needs a new.
What are we doing here? Oh, sorry, I was just watching some vehicle line. They need a new moral compass. Yep. Okay, y'all, I'm going to into lurk mode. Got to get some stuff done. Y'all make it a good day. Right on, Tiger.
See you, Tiger.
Thanks for hanging out, Tiger. Tomatoes are doing good, by the way, ma'am, before I get you out of your range. Tomatoes are rocking right along. They're loving that full sun. Would you shut up? Shut up. Isla, would you stop? Nobody wants to hear all that. Tend to your business when it's supposed to. You don't get excited till I get excited. Stave? Comprende? Little fired up shit. What's up, Blackbird? Welcome back. A bootlicker is someone who supports the corrupt for profit police force that have become an occupying force in every city and state. Well, yeah. Okay. I guess if that's a layout, I've been called everything else. I don't give a shit. As long as the missus doesn't call me late for supper, I don't give a shit. Because, like I've said before, I get it. Everybody's got their bad experiences and they think everything's that bad. And I get it. Hey, man, I was in the penitentiary twice with convicts. I get the whole, ooh, fucking grease, these fucking popos. I get it. I just choose not to be that narrow-minded, and I'd rather look at a person and their actions and actually judge that person off of that instead of just some set of clothes that he put on or some shit. Because I can tell you right now, when my ass was dying in that street down there after some peeled-up woman ran me over, it was kind of cool to know that person that was wearing that uniform, and it was very comforting for my missus to know who that was she was talking to on the phone, because they had enough foresight to call her job and get her supervisor on the phone first and go, hey, I need to talk to her, but this is going to be rough, so you need to be kind of right there whenever because as far as they do, when they put me on lifeline, I was going.
Yeah.
So that's, and knowing Leon, which was the man that did that, we knew him before that happened. His wife was a therapist with my wife. So, once again, I don't know. Is it my view that's fucked up? Because I know kids right now that are a deputy, and I've known that boy since junior high. He was friends with my son. Hell, when my son worked over there as for a county, I guess my son must have been a corrupt piece of shit because he put on that uniform. He worked at the jail, but he put on that uniform. Oh my God, I guess he was a corrupt piece of shit.
Now, there's good ones and there's bad ones. Just like everything, there's good Amish and bad Amish.
Yeah, see, and it just blows my mind that people aren't even willing to accept that, though, Matt.
Yeah.
Like you can say that, but people aren't willing to accept that. Nope. It's so focused on the hate, but yet they don't watch mainstream media. They're not programmed. They know, they're awoke, they're aware. And it's like, but you're falling for the biggest bullshit that there is. Be it judgmental on a piece of clothing, on a job. That's it. No, don't even look at that person. For all you know, that dude hasn't done one damn thing you accuse these bad cops of doing. But you don't know that because you just go ahead and throw them over there. But you want, well, but wait a minute, it gets better. because while you're screaming this, you now are wanting some big change for the positive out of that very job description that you want to categorize all as pieces of shit.
Well, law
And it's like,
enforcement.
while I scream at you what a piece of shit you are, you need to get better. How's that work? I'm sorry, if that was a marriage, we'd call that an abusive husband.
Yeah. Law enforcement's a necessary evil, and to fix problems, if you got a problem with all law enforcement, then it's more because of the laws and the policies. So you need to change your whoever's making them laws and the policies for the law enforcement.
Well, it's like the pathetic cross of police versus sheriff. It's like, man, because I'm gonna tell you, I'll say that from day one. This whole city gun for hire shit, no, that's bullshit. Yeah. That police chief needs to be electable just like a sheriff. Yeah. So that way people, when they do have these really jacked up experiences, don't get so downtrodden that they just go, that's it. It applies to every damn one of them everywhere.
Yeah.
Because it's not that way. It's like right here that we got a sheriff, and I saw Savage said something about when shift happens, they're the ones I have to worry about, not me, dude. Because you know what's fixing to happen around here. If shit were to happen around here, these country boys that my boy went to school with, that I watched grow up deer hunting, they'll be fixing to park trucks and blocking roads and sections and shit, and it won't be nothing to go into some kind of watch thing. And they'll be, oh no, we ain't having none of that. I mean, just so once again, it's having the awareness to be able to go, okay, well, wait a minute. Every place might not be like I've experienced. Yeah. Just like, I'm not going to tell you that there are no bad cops just because we don't experience the cop beating bullshit, you know, or door kicking for no reason shit around here. You know, that's not what happens. But I'm not going to say it doesn't happen because I know damn well it does. Harris County's right down the road, and then that's about as crooked as, well, it's a cesspool. And that's on the county level too. So see, I'm willing to give into a county and a city, but I'm willing to recognize it for what it is.
Yeah.
That is a crooked county, but that doesn't apply to every county.
And it doesn't really apply to everybody working in the county that works for the county. It's like here, we have corruption here, but not everybody at that courthouse is really corrupt. You know, some of them are just people with jobs.
Yep. And see, but that's how they win, is to keep people. Because here's what I can tell you about doing that character judgmental shit because of something like that. The impact on a small scale was when my in-laws did that. They have polluted the way my kids were raised because all they heard was negative from that side. They affected my marriage because we didn't have good peaceful years. We were almost always at conflict with shit. Why? Because her family saw life that way. I was the bad guy. I was a criminal. I've been to prison. Ooh, he's so bad. Why? Because that's what they had been told, is how these people that go to prison are bad people. Not that like anybody makes a mistake, because they had never experienced that. And see, that's the way I view whenever I kind of started hearing all this bootlicker shit and how fast it gets thrown out and on shit regarding then the way that the city and sheriff get all blended into one thing, because it's being seeded in the back end to churn people against law enforcement. That's how you want to bring down a society. You start bringing down the law enforcement structure, law and order. So now when you lose that, and so it's just like, you know, you end up, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's a bad move, and I get it. And you know what? I'll reach a level, you know, that, and I probably am there now because, you know, I do like Savage Lee. I don't know if, you know, he really thinks I'm just a dumbass bootlicker or some shit. But you know what? I like Savage Lee. So, hey, you know what? I'm just going to learn to just roll with the bootlicker, man. If I'm a bootlicker, I'm a bootlicker. I'm okay. I'm still a solid motherfucker is all I can say. Pardon the French.
Well, I don't know if people that are against law enforcement, I don't know, do they think that we don't need to have any of it? Because if we didn't have any, this country would be worse than Somalia or Afghanistan. If we didn't have law enforcement, they'd have to have it like the old days where the military was the law, you know, like back in
the other seed, I think.
Huh?
That's the other seed, Mac, is that anarchy is not really chaos. That's just self-governed stuff or some shit. And
Yeah.
so that's the counter to the law and order is the anarchy, but that doesn't mean chaos. And that doesn't mean, things are going to get out of hand because we see how much they're in control right now with law and order. So it's definitely going to get better if we take all the law and order away, but that's what I pick up. And what's that little short-headed shithead's name, dude? That dude is so annoying. And you can always tell when they're really insecure because you watch this dude do an interview and he actually was up there on a comedian stage with Angry Cops Nick, dude. And dude, every time he started to get kind of backed up, you could see him, he had hugged that mic to be like, well, I'm talking. Yeah, pull that thing in, cuddle to it, little boy. But
Hey,
his
Savage,
whole thing, anarchy, I think it's Michael Malice or some shit like that.
Savage Lee just said he wasn't calling you anything.
Oh yeah, and I didn't mean you might have. I just thought if that's the way you saw me, then I guess okay.
To me, a bootlicker is somebody that is up there with the level of being like a snitch or the hall monitor, or it goes beyond just being the community watch thing. It goes to the level of they're calling the law about everything. Think they're coming up with stuff in their head, assuming, oh well, they might be doing something illegal. So
well,
I better
and
get
they
the
do
law
no
involved.
wrong. If you're pitching the line that they do no wrong, then yeah, okay. If that's what you want to call stupid people, then we can call them that. Because I get that, just like what you just said. See, I get that. You're a snitch. You're a whiny ass. Okay, I get it. It's just that it seems to be applied the minute you like say anything that sounds like approval.
Yeah.
Like I'm not unhappy with my sheriff's department. I don't hate my sheriff's department. I don't fear my sheriff's department. And oh, you must be a bootlicker. And I've said how my son has gone to school with these boys that are deputies. Oh, well, bootlicker, and I've had people in chat call me bootlicker. Not saying you, Savage. So that's why I kind of was just, and I used to be kind of defensive about it because I'm just now I just I don't care. It's the internet, dude. You realize it's kind of like you can't help them all, but you can help the ones you do. And so I just figure, well, I'll talk to the ones that listen, and there you go. If you get it, you get it. And I just hope it doesn't fuel on your anger or hate or bitterness no more, because I don't want to contribute to that, but I ain't in control of it. So it's not on me. And let's see. Wait, man, this phone is so hard. Tiger says bootlicker, brown noser to me. Yeah, see, that's why I see the snitching and the calling and tattletaling kind of shit as I see it, because being an old fucker, I still remember that tattletale term. Sorry, y'all came back for round 2.
I totally support having a form of law enforcement. I think a lot of that needs to be redone. It's became a brotherhood where the ones that do bad shit to the people and violate people's rights and break the law, because I see a lot of videos where cops are violating people's rights and breaking the law, but the brotherhood protects them, and very few of those cases ever get brought before justice.
Let me ask you something, Mac. Because see, this is because I get that. I'm totally down. And I guess where I go is it's people. So to me, that same person that puts on that black mask and that black little hoodie and goes and chucks them Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
No, you know what? That could have come from the same family that dude went over there and said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go from this angle. And so yeah, he goes to the academy. He puts on a uniform, and he's a big piece of shit. But this is where we've got to start raising strong men that will hold that line, that then will end up because that's the biggest thing is flipping that switch to where they'll hold their own accountable.
Yeah.
Because that's the magical moment. The magical moment is when you can finally raise strong enough ones that are willing to hold the line, believe in what they do, that will go in there and then flip switch on and call the ones out doing the bad shit. And when that becomes more of the norm, then the bad shit starts to go away. But as long as the bad shit is still coddled to,
yeah.
But see, once again, you know what? If I live in a city, that's a hired gun. Who hired that gun? Hold them are. Is that an elected person? Okay, then by God, start gathering the masses that you need to change him. If he's not going to do something to that police chief and change that, then you're going to replace, but there are avenues besides just falling back into they're all the same. They're all the same.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change with that, is what I'll say. The bad's going to get worse, and the worse is going to get even worse. So it's just, and the good will just turn bad. So we've got to we're going to have to start teaching a younger generation some better shit, because they're fixing within the next, well, that generation between the next 5 to 10 years is going to start having kids. And so then they're going to start taking over the driver's seats in a lot of places, whether it's the politics, the doctor's office, the sheriff's department, or whatever. But I know this whole bunch, like what I'd say, I guess, like my generation, your generation, dude, these people we're at the tail end of the people we saw in there. It's like the Mitch McConnell Schumer days in DC, those days are coming to an end. They ain't got 10 years left.
Yeah.
So what's coming in 10 years? And then that's when I look at little man, and it's like, holy shit, dude, you're going to be coming into your teenage years. What is going to be available for you? Are you going to be encouraged to go to welding school, engineering school, electrical school? Because I really want him to learn trades. Which he's so far, dude, the dude totally loves my Sawzall. So I've got him hooked on my DeWalt Sawzall already. So I'm going to slowly get him hooked on tools. I just don't trust him with a loaded up one yet. So all he gets is, it's actually funny, Mac, you get a kick. One day I might try to record him, because he'll take that DeWalt Sawzall, and it's cordless. So, you got the battery. Well, I don't put a blade in it, but he'll reach in my basket and he'll get it and he'll set it up where it's running straight up and down like that. And he's behind it and he'll go to squeezing on that trigger. And since he's only 2, he ain't quite got one hand muscle. So he has to get the other one. Well, he ends up squeezing back and it starts going off. And dude, he crunches his little shoulders down, and I laughed, going, check him out. It looks like he's mounted on a 50 cal or something.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Man, my grandkids are everything.
That's your grandson?
Yeah, that's my grandson. And that, I can't help. I look at my grandkids and it's like, so, okay, how do I make the world a better place? What can I do on my way out to try to do something for the positive for them, to make an improvement for them? That's really what that's what I'm slowly working towards, is not just materialistic shit. Well, I'm going to leave them the house. Well, of course, I'm going to leave them the house. It stays in the family kind of thing. But no, it's like, so I'm going to teach him. I want to make sure and teach him. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. May I, please? Thank you. You're welcome. Open the door for a woman. Be polite. If you need to punch somebody in the face, punch him in the face. And if he's not too big of a dick, help him up. That's what I want to teach my son. It's like, you can hug somebody, but you can punch them in the face if they need it. Yeah. It's okay. But you ain't got to be, I don't have to teach him to hate. I don't have to teach him to dislike people. I don't have to teach him to live in that world. I don't want that shit filling his head. I wish I could control the other shit that he hears.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've thought about, as far as you're talking about hitting somebody in the mouth, and I've done it many times, and I've got scars on my knuckles, and body fluids get exchanged a lot of times in them real serious fights. And in today's age, with the bloodborne illnesses and the hokey pokies and all this stuff, I just seen a thing today about, it might have been on Angry Prepper, where he was talking about one of them pokes. And there's even concerns about it shedding and mutate or going to other people in the room, the way it's designed. And so I think we're getting into the days where hitting somebody, going into a physical confrontation, could end up being a death sentence for you real quick if you picked up something bloodborne,
Yeah.
Just something to think about.
Yeah. Well, plus, and really, man, to be quite honest, if there's a fist fight involved, you better get ready to drop somebody, because very seldom is that just going to stop with just a few blows exchanged. So you better
I've been bitten. I mean, I've had a lot of body fluids, I'm sure, exchanged in processes. Their blood inside of my cuts, and
Oh yeah. Well, and shit, next thing you know, you got people spitting at you, and they're just, they're like breathing heavy and shit as you're going at it. And but no, I'm just saying, no, even with it, because even if you didn't exchange fluids, I don't know where do they just exchange a few blows and be like, see, this is all right, man. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't see that no more.
No.
There ain't no, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, because you just kind of got thumped into reality.
Yeah.
Instead, you're just going to go on and whoop that little crackhead's ass. That's what's going to happen. So, and then you just got to make sure you watch all the other crackheads that come by just to let them know, going, look, dude, I'm going to tell you, I'll drop you right where you stand.
Yeah.
And then eventually maybe it'll die down. If you're living in a heavy concentrated area, I guess it ain't going to die down. Oh my God, there she is. I knew it. Now I went from we going to make it Wednesday to we all going to die Wednesday now because G-Mom Merkel's in the house. G-Mom Merkel. I just
Well,
pick
me
her.
personally, I wouldn't have a problem if dueling was made legal again. I mean, I think some things are at that level. I think it would make society a whole lot politer. You still there?
Yeah. Touched the wrong screen and this chat thing was going goofy. I probably hung up now, but
I can hear
something
you.
about G-Mom Merkel was drinking and now Billy's like, what was you drinking?
Rescue's
See,
back.
that used to be the day when that's a matter of fact, who was that? Was that me and Carl talking about that? I think me and Carl were talking about that. There was a time, hell man, you'd have a disagreement. I mean, hell, it might be tapping your girlfriend on the butt, and might be making a comment or something, and you end up with a fucking fight, and then you go to throwing dukes. And you know what? There were so many times that might end up becoming one of your best friends.
Yeah.
For the next 20 years or something, because you could learn to see eye to eye. Now,
Yeah.
shit, no, man. That's why I say I don't know, man, because I personally view any like that particular so incident a while ago, had that escalated, well then from here on, what it would have been would have been always sitting in my lap, there's always going to be, you can't just whip somebody's ass no more. You better get ready. You're gonna have to send a really big message. What's up, son of a gunner? Sorry, scrolled through trap. Had a Bloody Mary. Alrighty. Fortunately, do you have a celery stick in your Bloody Mary? I've seen so many people do that with Bloody Marys. Put a celery stick in it. Most of us are drawn to the bads these days. We all going to make it Wednesday. That's it, Phil. What's up, Phil? People need to know there are consequences to their actions, words, until they get there. Be no change in the world. That's it. I kicked my BFF's ass. That's what you say. We only hear one side, G-Mo Merkel, only one side. And you know how many people I've watched it happen, but boy, you hear them later on when they're talking around their friends, and somehow they seem to have won that fight. And it's like, well, that's not what I remember seeing, but okay, I reckon if you want to call that victory, I hate to see what you think was a loss. But I'm just picking G-Mo Merkel. I like picking on her. She always gives me hell. Oh, she had asparagus, olives, and lime. See, I knew there had to be some kind of veggie in that shit. That's what them sophisticated women do when they go drink their Bloody Marys. Makes them feel better. They put all these little veggies in it and think that, see, it's nutritious. Don't mind me. I'm just a soccer mom stumbling on the soccer field. I got my veggies. It's nutritional. No, I'm just fucking. See my Merkel. My name is Mary. I don't like to be bloody. I'm just, nope. Okay. Oh, okay. Tiger/Mary.
See you, Pilgrim.
Uh-oh. See? There he goes. Okay. Oh, gotta start cooking. Still listening. Have a good night. Thanks for, hey, Pilgrim, right on, brother. Thank you, man. Hey, make some good grub. Make it a good night. He would tell you I laid his ass out cold. I popped him with a baseball bat. Thought he was a kid. Thought he was a kid kidnapping his sister. Oh, damn. Ding! Louisville for you, buddy.
Or if they've caught the people, them 3 shooters up there yet.
Dude, that's crazy as shit, man. And it's like, I wonder, see, here's what I'd like to know, but only somebody right there in that area is going to be able to tell you about that. But because, see, I'm wondering about the teenager the week before with the 33 rounds he went and fired off. Didn't hit nobody, but he apparently fired off 33 rounds because they charged him with 33 counts of reckless discharge of a firearm by minor or some shit like that. Some long half a paragraph sentence charge. But, see, and what, a week later, all of a sudden 3 guys show up and like target this female, because last thing when they were loading her up was apparently she had taken, I guess, these rounds all in her chest. So that's concentrated. I mean, I'm sorry, that means you and it's kind of like, damn, dude, 3 mofos? You wanted her down. What was she fixing to snitch on y'all or something?
Guys, did they ever say anything about her, like her employment, what she did, or?
No, the last I heard was just, it was a guy that was actually sitting there recording them as they were putting her in the hospital, and it was just talking about how she took it in the chest, and they didn't know she was going to make it. But then he didn't even say. At first, I was wondering if it was kids. It wasn't until he said it's the lady that it's just like, oh wow, it's just one lady gets hit by 3 guys. Holy shit! Let's see. Did anybody say anything? Thank guys, Mac. I'm going to call you this week. So Pilgrim says he's going to call you this week, Mac.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
What time is it? Oh, hell, it's 5 o'clock. And I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Holy shit.
She had
Let's
2
see,
brothers. There was 3.
Huh?
I was reading G-Mo Merkel's comment.
Oh, wait. See, my chat didn't move. I thought she only had 2 brothers there. Plus 3 we were being naughty, and he saw, so he was taking her home. I saw a big dude stealing my drunk friend. Oh, I see. Was he okay with you after he came to? Are y'all still BFFs? Or did the noggin kind of go, man, maybe I ought to rethink things, man. Crazy chick.
You watch many movies?
Not too much anymore as far as these new ones. I'll watch some of the old ones every now and then, but it depends on what those are. These actors really screwed me up back during the whole COVID, calling everybody unvaccinated. It's like, man,
Yeah,
little pricks. It's like Robert De Niro. I don't even want to look at one of his movies now. If I just see him in a movie, all I can think of is him screaming about, F the unvaccinated,
yeah.
push him out of the ERs. We got to round him out. Why? What you got? What movie?
I just run across it last week. It's called Radio Flash. I found it on Tubi, the phone app. It's a movie app, and but it's also on YouTube, and it's about an EMP. It's really good. It's not some B-rated flick, and I don't know why it didn't get popular. Maybe it was at the theaters and I didn't know it, but it's a real good EMP movie.
Oh hell, Radio Flash. All right.
I enjoyed it anyway.
Oh, G-Mo Mercer, I knocked sense into him. We've been BFFs ever since because we both wear protection. The baby. Well, there you go. Hey, as long as it worked, I guess that's all that matters. It ain't illegal until you get caught. It's like it ain't a war crime the first time.
One thing about the good old days that I do miss is people weren't offended by words as like they are now.
Oh yeah. Well, see, there's no consequences to anything anymore. And so now all this little feelers can come out, because that's just the latest thing. And I get it because I've actually been blamed about it. But my thing's respect, dude. And I do. But then you know
Well,
what?
yeah,
This is a challenge that I've been practicing trying to fight for decades. I mean, I used to be an ugly person and then I decided not to be an ugly person. So this is actually, you know, so it means something to me. But I've been made fun of before because, it's just
well,
like I try not to be too crude up here because, I get it. Everybody's entitled to listen to me on whatever. That doesn't mean I need to do it, but because I don't want to participate in some kid listening to me talk some vulgar crap.
that's another one of them things that there's no cut and dried line down the middle on words, like the respect thing. If someone's just being rude and disrespectful, then they deserve a punch in the mouth, you know. But then other things, just conversations, and somebody uses the wrong word. Just seems like people get offended a whole lot when it doesn't even have anything to do with them. It's just a word.
Well, or even if it does, just watching well, I mean, I'll say it because hell, look at the Cincinnati thing. Because I get it. I've been told that guy said he dropped the N word to the guy after asking him for drugs or something. Then he apparently dropped that. Okay. And you know what? That dude whipping his ass, I can get in a way. What I don't understand is all the other people and then the boot stomping trying to actually crush his skull. And it's like, really? So
Yeah,
who's
that
really
gang.
screwed up here? I mean, are your feelers so sensitive on your shoulders that dude deserved to die
Yeah,
because of that? And then because that was your friend that got his feelings hurt, that was justifiable enough to try to take that dude's life. And you know what? Because your woman standing here, to hell with her too. We'll just go ahead and take her out. And what, lady, you think you're going to help that lady that's knocked out on the ground? Well, here, I'll slap you upside the head too. When does that become like, well, yeah.
that was one of the cases I was thinking of when I said that about people being offended by words.
Oh man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not, I don't know. That thing is so, I don't know. But that word, I don't know. I get the implications, for that because hell, I grew up next door to Vidor, Texas. I'm sorry, I watched the Klan. That was the first dead person I ever saw was swinging from an overpass as a kid. And so I get it. But that's if you really, first off, if you really feel that is an offensive word, then don't use it.
Yep.
If that is an offensive word, don't use it.
Yep.
I don't like the C word, the whole CUNT. I don't like it. So you know what I do? I don't use it. So I don't like to hear it, but I also don't use it because I don't like it. But it's so much of this, oh man. And see, and to me, that's the racist shit, to be quite honest, because it's like you're promoting that. You're making songs, you're putting this out in the music field. You got this in shows and movies. It's listened to up and down the streets in cities and environments, but you've isolated a whole race of people that if you dare say that word too, well, you're a racist piece of shit and you deserve to die. Think about the concept of that. Mm-hmm. That's where we really are in society, in my view. And it's like, man.
Yeah, we are. That's where we're at.
Look, G. Merkel, I'm not brave. I'm just self-absorbed and don't notice others. I just, and I mean, I don't like the word. I mean, I don't like it in the songs either. I don't like it in the shows. I don't like hearing it. I wish it wasn't said when you'd hear it sometimes at a store 2 aisles over, And then it's like, I just, but really? But yeah, no, I'm with you because oh yeah. Hell, I'll say things. I've said things that I was like, didn't mean towards anybody. I was just commenting on my opinion on something. It's like, YouTube and monetizing on YouTube. I don't want to support YouTube dude, I've had people take that to where they think I'm talking about them in their channel, and it's like, dude, I didn't. You know what? No, just me, man. I mean, I pay for the premium. I always have since they have had it for the music, so I didn't get ads, and that's the only way. That's the only way I'm helping YouTube. I'll have that, but I'm not monetizing. I don't. If I could control them showing ads on my shit, because I guess they do. I hope they don't during lives. But I'm never talking about nobody else, dude. It's like when I talk about the membership thing. Well, I don't want to do a membership because I don't want to monetize and I don't want to help YouTube. Man, people have gotten pretty butthurt over that. You know?
Yeah.
I don't agree. I've had butthurt over not believing that, all the cops are bastards. You believe in voting. You just haven't researched enough. You just don't know. You're still asleep. What? Dude, you don't. And what's funny is I've realized I used to get defensive, because that's a natural instinct is you get defensive. Now I've reflected back, and that's just so funny because then I've realized that, you know what? And this is no offense to anybody in chat, so it's not meant that, but these are names in a chat that have no clue what all I have done in life, what I've seen, what I've, experienced, what I've helped bring to fruition, what I've destroyed myself, nothing. But yet somehow, because I make a statement, all about me. And then people get all this judgmental shit and want to tell me this, that, and the other. Hell, I had one dude trying to tell me about my electric, and I'm like, do you even know what a co-op is? A what? No. I go, see, then how can you even begin to tell me about my electric and the way it is, dude? Because he was literally going, I'm telling you, that's what they do. That's what I go, no, they don't. They can't do that down here. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. No, they don't. And then I said a co-op, and he's like, no. And I go, see, it's a co-op, dude. It's membership. It's not a customer, dude. I ain't just a damn bill in the mail. I got a membership number. We get to vote on the budget. It's a different concept. But yeah, I don't like to hear a GD word. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I just, what I've done, son of a gunner, is I just I don't participate in. I try not to at all. I even really am trying to veer away from the gosh darn it kind of thing because it's like, you keep dancing around the pool, you're going to slip into the shithole.
Yeah.
I
don't use it, and I don't blaspheme Jesus either. And I'm not offended by it. Like I'm going to disassociate with somebody because they use it. But me personally, I don't.
No, now I will say I'm with you, Meg. There have been times though I've kind of been okay with disassociating with somebody because of it, but it wasn't just because they would say it. It's because they would say it intentionally because they knew how I felt about it. And so then it's like, okay, well, you played a different card, so you kind of get handled differently.
Trying to play games with me, I'll disassociate with you.
Yeah.
But that goes on about anything. I don't go for the whole game bullshit.
Well, that's the respect thing, respect.
Yeah.
You ain't got to agree with everything somebody says. You don't have to like everything somebody does, but you can still, if a person will hold themselves, or this is me, if a person will at least hold themselves to a certain standard, I can respect that then. But there's some things, that it's like I lose the respect, It's like, are you ugly to kids? So you like to do the screaming, cussing out to kids? I got no respect for that.
Yeah.
You want to talk to your woman that way? So you talk to a woman like that, calling her those names? Sorry, I don't have no respect. What's to respect, dude? That could be my mom that somebody like you's talking to. So what am I respecting? That kind of character? Why would I do that? That's stupid.
I talk to my dog pretty bad, but he knows I love him. He'll crawl right up over beside me in bed, and he knows I'm his friend. But
well, that's why God gave us dogs, Max, because they love you unconditionally, and they love you through good days and bad days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't beat on him, nothing like that, but I talk some mad shit to him sometimes.
Oh yeah, you got to. They're crazy anyway. They do crazy shit. You got to vent. I don't vent at Rudy though. Now he's a little Mr. Sensitive dude. He can just kind of get this. I don't know. He gets this weird look on his face, like, damn, you look like some kind of sad beagle puppy dog eyes, but you're a freaking pit. And it's like somehow you got beagle eyes and you're a pit. Well, bless your heart. See you next time. Okay, you leaving, G-Ma Merkel? Make it a good one. Don't beat nobody up. I've had 3 co-ops. Some are worse, way worse than others. Yeah, they can be. You know, it just depends on the running of it.
You get a royalty type check from them every year?
No, because ours is set up to go back into the fund, and then that's why all our guys though have like they all have top shit equipment. Because that's the dude. They just and people will probably be like, "What?" And it's like that's just there's no forgiveness in that. You don't need to be running these half-ass beat up, bucket trucks, pole trucks, and shit, and auger trucks. They need to be. They need to act the way you need them to act when they're working. You don't need no slippage, man. That's you're talking up to 275, 550,000 volt type shit. So yeah, no room for error. And plus, I'll say, man, it's just like I've been a month without power. The one hurricane, but it was not on them. It wasn't their fault. Matter of fact, I told her the minute I got my hands on the aerials, I told her going, yeah, we just need to go on and buckle up because it's fixing to be a minute. Because you could just see that it was like, dude, it reminded me of the pixie stick can days. Remember how you'd take that can of pixie sticks and just kind of throw it down on the floor and you just end up all twined?
Yeah.
That's what happened to all these trees along the transmission lines. And so it's not just rebuilding the towers and run a new line. You now have to go clear all these trees, all this timber laying every direction.
Yeah.
So I knew it was going to be a while. But see, my son's actually fixing to probably be going to work for him. I hope that's an awesome career.
One of my good friends here locally is our local lineman for the power company. It's a corporate company, Evergy, out of Kansas City. But he's from here and he's the local lineman. He went down to the power plant and started out down there as a laborer cleaning the boilers and shit, the chunks from the inside. And
oh yeah,
he's like I don't know, maybe 18 months younger than me. He's still doing it though, big old dude.
I gotta say, man, I miss my bucket.
He of course gets called out a lot, not just for storms here, but like when the big storms hit Kansas City and knock thousands out of power, they'll bring in guys from everywhere else down there to help get it up and running. And he's on call all the time. I mean, he's out 1 o'clock in the morning and stuff, ice storms, it doesn't matter. And I'll send him a thank you every once in a while, tell him I appreciate the job he does.
Dude, in all honesty, that work is like firefighting. It's international brotherhood.
It keeps our our society running, man. Otherwise, where would we'd be back to Afghanistan, Somalia shit.
Yep. Remember when Puerto Rico? We had I think one crew leave from here to go over there. That happens a lot. Like Florida, we always got crews that go down to Florida when they have problems. That's because that's just part of the game of that, man. That's the infrastructure, and that's the forgotten souls, man. Nobody ever thinks about that. Nobody gives a shit. They just go in their house and they flick on their lights and they turn on their AC, and they only acknowledge the guy when it goes off, and then all of a sudden he's an asshole.
Another dude, one of my neighbors, we're pretty good friends. He worked for the highway department, and it's the same with him. He's on call during the snowstorms and ice storms, and they'll work 14-hour shifts, come home for 6 hours, and have to go right back out for another 14 in the real bad storms. It's yet to come down for like 3 or 4 days at a time. I'll call him up and tell him once in a while, or send him a text, tell him I appreciate him, what he does, stay safe at work and shit like that. And I think people need to appreciate the guys that actually help keep the luxuries of our life moving.
Well, but see, you got to look at what
I tell the little gal at the fast food Casey's down here. I don't know if y'all have Casey's.
No,
they have awesome pizza. It's a fast food store. Really good homemade pizza there. But I'll tell the girls in there that I appreciate them too, because it takes everybody. And I'm not this kumbaya guy either. I don't mean it that way, but we need to have an
Later, all for
appreciation for
kingdom.
everybody else around us. You know, people try to say that the cops need to be appreciated the most, and I don't agree with that because, like the girl at the coffee shop and keeps the
Yeah.
bathroom clean because he's got to have a place to stop and get his coffee and donuts. And I'm not saying that in sarcasm. And then take a piss on a clean toilet. And I know the toilets aren't clean everywhere, but in my area they are. So even them people we need to appreciate in life. I might have got just too sappy for everybody. I don't know.
No, I agree. See, because but there's that raising a better generation. If you see these people that are doing good, you got to acknowledge that. That's what's going to encourage it and promote more. People that do a good job at stuff just don't get acknowledged. Everybody bitches about the bad shit.
Yep.
I will say, I thought Trump's comment about his dad about restaurants, I thought, damn, that does sound like a good old saying that would have probably been said. I got to say, about if you go up to a restaurant and if the front door is dirty, don't go in, because if the front door is dirty, the back door is dirty too. Kitchen's dirty. And I was like, well, yeah.
I've eaten some grease pits that had pretty amazing food, though, especially like double cheeseburgers. Just saying.
Yeah. You got to have the grease strip. That's when you know you're alive.
Back in my younger days, being a biker and running in the rougher crowds, I ate a lot of dives and grease pits.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't even want to think about shit I might have consumed back then. I might even throw up. God, there was no etiquette, man. You just pull up talking shit and somebody hands you some plate with something or something on it. You just started eating while you're talking shit, drinking beer. Dude, it was pretty funny because I was kind of looking around at different stuff and I saw some old footage from back in the day, way back in the day. And I told her, I going, wow, man, I forgot all about that. But yeah, we used to make there was a run coming through the town down there. And I had totally forgot about all that. But now I forgot that it was even caught. But yeah, that was a trip. But man, I just got me thinking, going, man, I'd jump in anything, in a canal, a ditch full of water. It didn't make a shit, dude. I didn't second guess nothing. Let's just go. Even when I went from bad to good, hell, bad, I was just as stupid. Hell, one time I even passed out. I ate so many mandrakes that I really fell over in front of the Beaumont Police Department station. So we stopped at a red light, and I was so wasted sitting at that red light. It was like, and luckily they all come get me. And next thing I know, I'm kind of coming up, and I got my arms strapped, one over the top here, one under here, and I'm kind of tied to the vest, and I'm riding bitch. And it's like, I'm like, what? I'm like, man, you passed out right in front of the police station. It's like, that wasn't a good spot. Oh, shit. My bad. 30 hours. Thank you, Blackbird. Man, been the gambit, that's for sure. I just want so much better for little man. That's, I guess, my biggest thing. And maybe it's almost fear in a way too, because it's like, oh man, 60 little man coming along with the world, and you kind of want to be here to defend his ass. I want to be here to help teach him. I just think of, though, man, going to school, are you gonna have to listen to some little punk ass shit, mouthy, jacking with you, and you can't do nothing because, oh, he's the bully, we can't have that. And it's like, or some goofy, what are we coming to? What's the world gonna be like? Is he even gonna be allowed to go to school? Which I'm talking kind of shit now, because Texas, but it can flip, dude. And when you see how the country is, you realize, man, 3 decades, a lot changed.
Yeah.
So
30
all of a
years
sudden,
ago, Missouri was a Democrat stronghold. Now it's a Republican stronghold, and I'm not Republican or Democrat, but things tend to go better on the red side on the state level.
well, I will say, because this ever since 16, politics has not been anything like it used to be. He really tripped them out. He freaked them out. He totally screwed up their system. And I think Democrats became so extreme that even the Democrats aren't Democrats anymore. Now, the base ones were like, wait, y'all have done snipping kids off and what? No, we ain't doing none of this. Boys aren't girls. You're just confused. You got mental problems. Yo, dude, really, are you jacking a ride on my phone? I got one of them little bitty spiders up here. Hey, dude. Yo, man. How'd you get up? I hate something. I hate someone treating a waitress like shit. Me too. As long as the waiter or waitress is doing good, then I'll stick up for them. I'll tell somebody quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you feel the need to be an asshole to that woman? She's being nice as can be. Not to mention you're holding it up so we can get our order. Thank you. Try not to be an asshole.
And always tip the waitresses too if they're good waitresses.
Yep. Hey, you know what we could do real quick? I forgot since I'm on the phone. And little hijacker right here, dude. Got a spider, little bitty spider up on the corner of my phone. How he decided to get over there on that little tripod thing, I have no idea. But it's 5:30. The missus is probably going to be getting off calling me here in just a few. So, hey, and oh my God, I don't know. This might be rather challenging, but we're going to try this. You know what? Oh, I haven't got it. Ooh, I do have my phone on me, so that's okay. We're going to go over here and see if we can see that spider. I just realized that. Ooh.
It's good to see you walking.
Thank you. Yeah, if it doesn't feel good at the moment, but it feels good. Oh, trying.
I get you.
Okay, where are you at, little dude? Oh my God, you're so much smaller than I ever would have thought. You little. Well, this goes to show you. See, this is what happens with our UFO videos. We think it's something, and it's really. Oh man, how am I going to do this? Okay, I have no idea what's going to happen, so bear with me. I'm going to go here. Okay, what am I doing? I'm doing this, and now I'm going to do. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hey, I think I want to do this one. So, okay, here we go. I don't know if y'all can see him. Little bitty bitty thing. Oh, running up towards the camera now. I freaked him out. Okay. Sorry. Let me try this again. Oh my God, that was. Should have brought my chair. Okay, I think we're back. Spiders ain't got no soul. Should have brought my damn chair. Lila had to follow me over there. She don't let me get out of her sight. Pardon the cuss word. Oh, moly. Always for the comments. All right. All right. Holy moly, man. My buddy got bit by a recluse in there. Dying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, brown recluses, they got to go around here. Hey, Mr. Mack, I think I might call it a night, sir.
All
I
right.
might shut this thing down, and I think that'll just about put me. I think I'm just going to go and chill now. I think I just pushed my boundaries.
All righty. Well, thank you for having me on.
Hey, man, you're always welcome, Mac. Matter of fact, I'll have to get you my number.
I got your email from Rabbit earlier today. I'll send you an email and we can swap shit then.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I looked on your about section and it don't show up in my app. A lot of channels don't.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's easy because it's Brian, BRIA, .rescue@gmail.com. So,
yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up, Mac, and you're always welcome, man, by any means. Anytime I'm on and you come in, all you got, you can just, you want to say link, and then I'll put it in there.
All righty.
You're always welcome.
I appreciate it. You have a good evening,
Yes,
brother.
I appreciate you, Mac. You do too, brother. It's good to see you. God, good, brother.
Yes, sir.
Peace. All right, everybody. Rescue, water, live. Great live, y'all. Appreciate you, fellas. Hey, appreciate y'all. Thanks. Sorry I can't hardly keep up with chat. This goofy phone thing, man. I don't know how y'all do it on these phones. Hey, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Man, what a run. 5 hours. Appreciate y'all hanging out. We still here Wednesday. Hey, I think later this evening, Hudson Valley and Livingston, man, got the We All Gonna Die Wednesday show later. So got that. Make it a good day of it. This evening, try to take some time, have a good supper, do some good quiet reading or something. Slow your roll for a moment. It's midweek, it's hump day. So just slow down. Still got the rest of the week to go. I appreciate y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn you bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke, but a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Shotgun in the family, raise your babies by the book, and keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't.